United States and beyond. But today, I want to say Happy New Year to all Bahamians living in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, in the islands of the Bahamas, from Abaco all the way down to Inagua. And indeed, we have so much to be grateful for. And I want to just make a special shout out to my cameraman, Sean Swain. I worked with him last week, and it's been a pleasure. And he reminds me of the old-time cameraman who worked the same Rawson Square, Jeff Hepburn and Christopher Knowles. And indeed, we cannot forget the pioneer of television programming for Junkanoo, Lathira Dean Coakley. We can't forget. So I say Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, because today, New Year's is going a little faster than Junkanoo at Boxing Day. Hopefully, not too many gaps. So, what else is happening? We want to send it now to our LaDawn Davis. LaDawn, what's happening where you are?
Happy New Year to all of you. It's almost showtime here on Bay, and if it's anything like the Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade, you guys are in for a treat. All the major Junkanoo groups are ready for fierce battle, but will the One Family Warriors take home a 2 straight title, or will the Shell Saxon Superstars take home that 5 straight victory? But whomever wins this New Year's morning, they'll have bragging rights for the entire year. Now I want you to remember to tune into the ZNS Network as we take you on a journey of the New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. You're going to have a front row seat of all the highlights, but Jimmy, Kenny, Vaughn, and even Hope, I'm going to now go on the parade grounds and see what all the major Junkanoo groups are up to. Hope, what's happening in your neck of the woods?
And that is right. We are here on Bay Street. It is the 2026 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. And guess what? We can already see the music makers lining up. They are ready to get this parade started. We are ZNS. We are going to be covering every aspect of this parade. We're going to take you on Frederick Street. We're going over to Shirley Street. We're going to let you know exactly what it is that you're going to be eating while you are here enjoying this parade. And as if that's not enough, we're going to interact with the crowd. We're going to see who's pulling for the Saxons, who's got the Valley. Oh my goodness, there's one family there. Oh, don't forget about Roots, huh? And like we said, the music makers, they're already lined up. They are on their way. And as it stands for ZNS, we have got you covered. We're going to swing it back to Jimenita. Jimenita.
Well, I'm definitely feeling the energy, and as I told you, as always, we have team coverage, and they're ready to bring you every corner of the parade route to make sure it's exciting and it's fun. So if you're making your way down here, get down here quick, get in your seat and get comfortable. Now, if you're home, I know you get your snacks, you get your treats, you get your blanket. Get comfortable, because no water station can keep you covered better than the ZNS Network. So make sure to stay close to us. And, of course, joining us now on the broadcast is the co-chair for the National Junkanoo Committee, Kishlane Smith. Happy New Year to you, and good morning.
Happy New Year. Good morning. Good morning.
Are you excited?
I'm very excited.
You're feeling the energy?
I'm so excited, and I'm also equally excited for the Family Islands, because our Family Islands events began last Friday. So when we left the Boxing Day Parade, we traversed directly to the airport to catch a flight to Eleuthera, and then to the 3-island dock to go to Harbor Island, where the Harbor Island Parade was held. And then after that, when we returned back to our hotel some 4 a.m., then we had to go back to the mainland for the All Eleuthera Junkanoo Parade, which was held on Saturday the 27th. And so I'm so excited, because that began our calendar for the Family Islands. And this Saturday, we'll be on the island of Exuma. So yes, New Providence is here, and we're happy for the New Providence Parade, but I'm equally happy for our Family Island agenda.
So tell us then, for our viewers who may be joining us for the first time, briefly, what is the role of the National Junkanoo Committee, especially during the parade season?
Well, the National Junkanoo Committee is a gazetted body by the Cabinet of the Bahamas, and we're responsible for Junkanoo throughout the archipelago. And what that meant prior to October 28th, 2025, was that we were responsible for the senior parades and junior parades throughout the country, apart from New Providence. and also the National Junkanoo Legends induction ceremony, and to advise the Minister of Youth, well, the Department of Culture and Ministry of Sports and Culture. But most importantly, we were responsible for the actual junior Junkanoo program to act as a feeder system for the senior group. So we've held many workshops throughout the country and through many schools as well, because we want to show them the real authenticity of Junkanoo, why Junkanoo is so important, why it is our culture, why we have to do what we do, why it is that we feel this rhythmic passion. But most importantly, we want there to be an interest so that they can continue and safeguard Junkanoo for years to come. And in our quest of doing that, we've created a calendar of event dates, because initially, some years ago, all of the Junkanoos on all of the islands were held at the same time, and the family islands cannot compete with the camaraderie that's here on New Providence. And so we encouraged them to create a calendar of event dates, and in doing that, they acquiesced it. I'm so happy about that. It was a task, but I'm happy about that. Grand Bahama took the baton, and they began their festival earlier this year. And the Grand Bahama Festival and Junkanoo Parade will be held on January 9th through 12th. And then follow that will be Inago. So we have a whole laundry list which can be viewed on our social media platforms. But what is significant, though, I have to go back to our children. The interest on the family islands for Junkanoo is real. They want to understand what it is, that how we're pasting, how we're building our costumes.
So we're going to have to stick a pin, because we're going to go into the proceedings right now with the national anthem.
Of course.
Make some noise for the Bahamas! At this time, we can invite the Reverend Dr. Willie Thompson, who will lead us in prayer.
Tonight before prayer, we ask for a moment of silence for all of those who have lost their life during 2025. Junkanoos, we have a moment of silence and praise, please. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Eternal God, our Father in heaven, we are so thankful for the joy of life. Thank you, God, for allowing us to see this brand new year. We pray, God, that you would bless us as a nation, Father God, to strive for greater and grander things in this year. Now, God, as we prepare for the parade today, we ask you, God, for your safety on it, God. We pray, God, that everything would go, Father God, without any kind of distraction. Now, God, have your way. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the minister responsible for Junkanoo. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay respects to our Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, Your Honor Mario Bole.
Happy New Year.
Year, Bahamas, and Happy New Year to each and every one of you. Let me say that I wish you a prosperous and blessings in this 2026. And so without further ado, let the show begin. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. It's jungle time right now. All the Valley boys, make some noise. All the Saxons, make some noise.
And with that, we have the official start to the 2026 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. And guess what? Dynasty Junkanoo Group, you saw them last weekend Boxing Day Parade. Their theme was Shop, Tell You, Drop. And listen, they're going to give us part 2 this morning. Their theme, Shop, Tell You, Drop, but this time they're going over the hill. So we're going to see a lot that's going to be familiar things like the Mortimer's Candy Kitchen, Keith's Chicken Shack. But listen, they on the line, they in the hole, they ready to make their way up the boulevard. But we're just letting you know that things are moving smoothly this morning. And I know that's one of the key elements that you wanted to ensure for this parade, that there are no gaps, no lulls. How we looking?
Well, see, the National Junkanoo Committee, we are a team, and there's no I in team, so it is a collective effort to make sure that everything goes smoothly. It's unfortunate that there were gaps during the Boxing Day Parade, but we have to take full responsibility, analyze what happened, and there were some changes that were implemented, and we're trying our best this time to make certain that all of the groups were notified in ample time of knowing that the rule indicates that all groups must be ready at the start of the parade. But most importantly, that they realize that this is a procession, so it must move along. And so we're trying to mitigate those gaps. And in doing so, as you can see, the first group is out. So, and I see that there are costumes behind them. So another group is following. So God's willing, today, this evening, this morning, we'll be moving along very quickly.
So tell us something now. What kind of feedback from the committee did you receive after the groups and the public, even from the judges from last year's parade?
From last year?
Yeah.
Well,
Boxing Day 2025.
Well, there was a lag on Boxing Day 2025 also. But this year, see, we take full responsibility, because even though we weren't directly involved with whatever occurred, we still have to review it and make sure that we mitigate it. So there were delays last year, Boxing Day, because I remember that wholeheartedly. I was on your competitor, and for 14 hours I sat and I couldn't believe it. And so similarly, I understand the plight of what people endured. Boxing Day, which just went by, and it was unfortunate. So we had to put proactive measures in place to mitigate that. I think the principal concern was the delays. Apart from that, everything was going smooth until that time of the delay. So we had to review what caused the delay. So if you were to analyze from Boxing Day last year to this year, it was almost similar because there were gaps. So we're going to look at, now that we've implemented new measures, let's see if those measures work. And then we'll be able to determine, to give a full review and aftermath, a postmortem of exactly what happened, why it happened, and see how best we can move forward to prevent things like that from happening again. And what is most important we have to remember is that this is our culture. I had the opportunity when we were on Harbor Island to speak with some very influential persons that visit our country on an annual basis, and they've never been to New Providence.
Really?
They've never been to New Providence. They come here via their own individual vessels.
Right.
And they said to us that they're not interested in the city life. They want to feel the family island life. And they're interested in the camaraderie that Junkanoo brings. They said to us, and they travel all over the world, they said to us just Friday gone with Minister there, they said Junkanoo is the most festive, happiest time of their life. The children love it. And what I like about the Family Island parades, Kenny, is that they make an avenue for Junkanoos on those islands to generate revenue by creating prepaid and pre-prepared costumes so that people could jump and rush and after the group passes.
So what can we expect tonight in terms of the parade, in terms of management, in terms of flow, crowd, traversing the boulevard?
Well, already you see the first group is out, and we can see
Absolutely.
in the back of the next group. So we're hoping that that pattern continues. It's an effort. It's a real team effort. So we've made certain that more persons are in the hole to ensure that the groups that are there in their line, will be able to line up properly and will be able to make sure that they come into the parade properly. We made certain, we spoke with Alive, who is our title sponsor, and we made certain that there are additional bandwidth in place to accommodate the various tablets that are needed for the judges. And also we liaise with the police to make certain that those vehicles that are entering the parade route in the hole do so in the correct venue.
Right.
I think the problem that happened in the past, and there will be a postmortem with all of this, because we had a miniature postmortem, but there will be one. But there were too many entries into that hole.
So the arteries created the problem?
Somewhat.
Okay.
Somewhat. I don't want to say that because I don't know all of the facts yet.
Right, right.
But we will see. We will have a postmortem, and that is important because we're open to suggestions. Nobody knows everything. There's no I in team, and we need everyone to work with us. And we need help on the family islands as well. We've had Junkanoo workshops on the family islands because they're so eager. They want to learn. They want to know what Junkanoo is about. They want to feel the artistry. They want to feel that rhythmic passion. But there was no one there to teach them. And when we introduced these workshops, man, you couldn't find a seat. You couldn't find a standing room in the school rooms where the workshops were held. So the interest of Junkanoo is real, and we don't want the flaws that happened on the New Providence Parade to filter on the family islands, because the family islands are unique in their own aspect. Some islands you can't traverse from north to south via vehicle. You have to go via boat, like the island of Andros. Eleuthera has 2 surrounding islands on the side of it where they have to come to the mainland. The Abacos, they have to come also via water to come to the Abacos. So we understand the whole dynamics of it, but I'm so excited about our family island parades. And here on New Providence, we're excited about this as well. This has to be fixed, we know that. But we want to make sure that the focus remains throughout the archipelago and not just the island of New Providence.
And Tishley, finally, as the drums continue to roll, what is your message to the groups, the supporters on Bay Street, and Bahamians tuned in all around the world? What is their message?
On New Providence, because you know some islands have Bay Street as well.
Well, we're talking about the one here right now, Rawson Square, moving to Shirley Street, this parade this morning.
So to answer Kenny's earlier question, in the hole, there is a timeline for you to be in the hole to line up, pursuant to the rules. When you are on the parade route itself, there's a timeline from the entry point to the exit point. And then when you go into the rest spot, there's also a timeline for you to be in the rest spot. So if that flows smoothly as it is planned, then we will have no hiccups. So we're hoping that everybody, we've placed additional assistance in those areas to mitigate that and to help the flow to flow more smoothly. So we're hoping that all of that works out. But don't forget our family islands. Zigzuma is this Saturday. That's important. And then the following week is Grand Bahama.
But all the action on Bay right now. Now, this morning.
Yes.
So you have your message to our viewers and our supporters about this morning.
Our message is simple. Junkanoo is our culture. Junkanoo was inscribed by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage. You'd remember that we have His Excellency, the actual global regional manager here in the Bahamas. He's still here. I saw him earlier this morning. This evening, and he's so excited. I asked him his opinion of what he saw, and he said he stayed just before the last group came. He said, but he's accustomed to this. He said he's traveled the world, and he said he knows about gaps and he knows about delays. He said he's not concerned about that. He's more concerned about the actual tangible artistry, the work. And he said he has never seen something so beautiful, the kaleidoscope of colors. He spoke about the artistry of the creation of the costumes. He talked about the music, because we actually perform our music, whereas in some other events worldwide, they use sticks and other elements to make their music. But he was so excited to see it because he read our inscription to UNESCO, and he said it's almost identical to what he read. And let me tell you, I felt so proud that this is coming from the general, the top person, that he saw Junkanoo. He's happy what he saw. So I say to our viewing audience, yes, there was a mistake on Boxing Day. We know that. We accept that. We made provisions to mitigate that. But work with us to make sure that this flow continues, and we'll see better changes to come. We need everyone's help. And we're open to suggestions. We're open to meeting. We're open to talking. But most importantly, we're open to safeguarding our Junkanoo. Because at the end of the day, we want to see more theoretical documents written about Junkanoo in the Bahamas.
Well,
And that's the best thing ever.
This is the greatest show on earth. There's
Indeed.
nothing better than Junkanoo.
Indeed.
This is our culture.
Indeed.
We must safeguard it. UNESCO is going to do a yeoman's effort, and it takes everybody to make sure
Yes,
that
ma'am.
Junkanoo works for all of us.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Yes,
For
ma'am.
sure. Well, thank you so much,
Thank you so much.
Ghislaine, for
Thank you.
joining us.
Thank
Of
you.
course, Ghislaine, again, is the co-chair of the National Junkanoo Committee. So thank you so much for
Thank
joining
you.
us
And
this morning.
enjoy the festivities.
We definitely will, as will our viewers, as we will definitely keep them tuned into what is happening. And if you're wondering what's happening wise in terms of Junkanoo, Dynasty Junkanoo Group is making their way up the boulevard. Shop Till You Drop is the major part of that theme, but tonight, this New Year's morning, they will be tackling over the hill shopping. So that focuses on showcasing the vibrant heartbeat of the community, commerce, and culture. So they will be focusing on iconic neighborhood businesses, our beloved street vendors. So when you think about that, that's the Mortimer's Candy Kitchen, that's the Keats Chicken Shack, that's the Dorset's T-shirt factory, that's the Chinese Dragon Takeout. Everything that you can think of over the hill, that is what the Dynasty Junkanoo Group is going to bring for us tonight. And obviously, well, this morning, I know it's dark, but it's this morning. And as you can see from their banner, they're making their way up the boulevard. There's the music, there's the sounds. And guess what? They're even going to have knockoff vendors who sell the guest wares. And, you know, I mean, from time to time, we see the knockoffs that happen, Ghislaine, so you can't get around it. So this is exciting. As you can see, they are definitely making their way up the boulevard. They are the first group out for the morning, and it's definitely a wonderful, wonderful morning. But joining me now is, of course, the Minister of Youth, Sports, and Culture, the Honorable Mario Bullock. Good morning and Happy New Year to you, Minister Bullock.
Morning and Happy New Year to you both.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
So are you excited? Are you feeling the excitement of the morning? I saw in your intro, short and sweet, to the point.
Oh, yeah, we need to get the parade started. The people wants to see the groups ride up and down Bay Street and perform, and that's what we're here for. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's chilly, and
It's a little breezy.
we need
Minister.
some music to get us jumping and warm up a bit.
Absolutely.
Or other than that, we'll have to do some other things.
So, Minister, you had a wonderful opportunity last week to see Junkanoo right in the middle of downtown Nassau, and you looked like you were having yourself a good time. I saw you tap in to every group.
Oh, yeah.
I like that you did that for us. Now, you made it very clear that you want to move forward with the National Junkanoo Authority bill. Why is now the right time to bring this legislation forward?
It is the right time because this bill came about from 1996, and then Maynard, Charlie Maynard, God bless his soul, who died. Then in 2017, it was brought up again. And of course, as the minister, you know, governments, you find the file and you look at the file and you said, this makes sense. And after viewing the file and taking it to cabinet, we reviewed it, made the necessary adjustments to bring it up to what's needed for today to move Junkanoo forward. And we believe that this is the time to move it forward. I think that the Bahamian people, you can see the passion and love the Bahamian people have for Junkanoo. And we must understand that if Trinidad can make Carnival a $1 billion industry, why can't we make Junkanoo a $1 billion industry? And that's what we know we can. And so it's time to bring that authority. And there's no better time than now. When we are elected as government officials, we represent the people. We are there to make policies to make life better for the Bahamian people. And I think it's only fitting that if I'm sitting in the chair and I have an opportunity to do so, that I do that.
Absolutely, Minister.
Well, Minister, we're definitely going to continue our chat, but Dynasty Junkanoo Group is here. They're going to give us part 2 of Short Till You Drop, Over the Hill Shopping. So we're going to send it down to Bay to see how well they execute on their theme and their performance.
Save a check.
of course, the Dynasty Junkanoo group, but there is so much more to see this New Year's morning. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture.
Looks like Johnny's ex-girlfriend finally found my car.
You've got CG. You're fine. I'll never forget the year those monkeys stole my car. They drove it over a cliff, burned the seats, and called the words pineapple banana smoothie into all the doors. And that was after they used it for the bank heist. I don't blame them. It's their favorite smoothie, and I refuse to share the recipe.
No deductible for theft, malicious damage, and more. CG Atlantic Agents and Brokers. Good like that.
It's a Holy Frosty Christmas, and Wendy's and Coke is bringing the chill. This year, when you upgrade any Wendy's combo to a large, you can instantly win big with the Upgrade and Win Christmas giveaway. We're talking travel gift cards, gadgets, holiday treats, and prizes that make your Holy Frosty Christmas shine. Just upgrade your favorite lunch combo, scan the QR code on your receipt to enter, and let the holiday magic begin. Enjoy great tasting food and win big this Christmas with Wendy's and Coca-Cola's Upgrade and Win. Rules and restrictions apply.
For over half a century, we've been more than just an airline. We've been a bridge, connecting families, dreams, and memories across the islands and beyond. Behind every seat sold and every journey planned, there's a dedicated team committed to making air travel affordable and accessible to everyone. At Bahamas Air, we're not just building connections, we're building a safe and dependable airline where quality service is paramount and an excellent travel experience is our priority. Wherever you're going, we're here to take you there with care, with heart, and with the promise of unforgettable journeys. We are family, and just like family, we're committed to taking care of our own. Your Bahamas Air is our Bahamas Air, because here at Bahamas Air, we don't just fly here, we live here.
Here at Immigration Care Service, you can trust us, especially if you have experienced issues or problems with the U.S. immigration at the borders. We'll do our best to provide options and solutions to immigration roadblocks, so travelers can continue visiting the U.S. and residents can continue living their lives in the U.S. without worries. The best part? Our services are affordable and accessible. Take the mystery, confusion, and fear out of your immigration concerns. Contact Immigration Care Service today.
Well, this year we decided to double the amount that we did last year, and the company decided to take on that amount because we saw the need. Each year we do it, we get persons that call after the fact to ask if their company could be a part of it, their organization can be a part of it. So 30,000 was a no-brainer.
It is a joy to have this at the first time, and this is also my first Thanksgiving here at Columbus Primary School. I was recently deployed here, and so when I heard the initiative, I was overwhelmed to know that these students here at Columbus Primary School will have a meal, a healthy meal that is, to put a smile on their faces.
Going to the different locations, you can feel the excitement of the teachers, the kids, the volunteers. One of the things that makes this program work, you have individual volunteers. You have Rotary, you have Kiwanis Club, you have individual person. And this is what makes the program work. It's not Bahamas Rec Group Company by itself. What makes the Let's Make a Difference program works is every individual, rather business person or company, or just an individual wanted to help and make our country better. And this is what Let's Make a Difference about, where one individual can help make a difference in our country.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Immigration Care Services, CG Atlantic, Sun Oil Limited, J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, Janae's Uniform and Embroidery, Fidelity Bank Bahamas, and Easy Car Sales.
And welcome back to Bay this New Year's morning. So far, we've seen the Dynasty Junkanoo group with their expression of over-the-hill shopping, and in the hole coming up on Bay, we see the Royal Caribbean Music Makers Junkanoo group. So listen, things are moving quite smoothly here on Bay Street. Now, we've been chatting with the Honorable Minister Bowleg for some time now. So, Minister, talk to us a little bit about the fact that with the increased prize money and public investment in Junkanoo, what safeguards does this new bill that we've been talking about put in place to ensure funds are properly audited and reach the people who are doing the work?
Well, we must understand that there's never enough money invested in Junkanoo. It takes millions of dollars to get these groups here on Bay Street. And when the government himself, who is the number one investor, or the major investor, I should say, with $1.8 million annually for all these parades throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, you know, it doesn't matter which government is in. I know I'll go to the point where persons always said that the government should keep his hands off Junkanoo. That is, you know, is very difficult to do when all of the agencies are.
So Minister, we gotta stick a pin because we everybody wants to see what's going on Bay Street, and we know the music makers are in the square. The music makers theme this morning is Bahamian Festival Islands in the Sun. So they say we're gonna step into the dazzling celebration of culture, color, and the island's pride as Junkanoo parades through the Bahamian Festival. So we are gonna see how well they execute that theme, how much fun they have while they're doing it. And, you know, this is our thing. So we're going to see how they do Bahamian Festivals, Islands in the Sun. is, of course, the Royal Caribbean Music Makers Bahamian Festivals, their theme. But celebrate the season with Bring It to Bay live on the ZNS Network. Here's how to enter. Tag your friends and family in the comments during this live broadcast. And the person with the most tags will win a festive basket. Keep tagging and sharing. You could be the lucky winner. This giveaway is courtesy of Commonwealth Brewery Limited and the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. And of course, a special thanks to our major sponsor, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, for bringing you, or allowing us to bring you, all the color and music live from here on Bay Street. And of course, we've been chatting for a moment with Minister Bolek. So Minister, what was your reaction to the Royal Caribbean Music Makers this morning on Bay?
I love them. They're in first place so far on my book. They look good. I think they were very beautiful this morning. Choreographed ladies, I think, performed well. These are two nice pieces of costume that I think was put together very nice. And so, I mean, I'm impressed with them. They're pretty small, a little too small for the category that they're sitting in right now to compete in the top three. But, you know, I'm impressed.
I like that first. Now, Minister, looking ahead 5 to 10 years from now, the National Junkanoo Authority transforming Junkanoo nationally and internationally. What do you see?
Like, again, I see right now the government of the Bahamas is not in a position, any government, to be able to fund Junkanoo, give the Junkanoo the necessary funding it needs. Even though I must say in the last 4 years, I was able to increase state funding for every island throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas when it relates to Junkanoo. And we have increased the amount of money, even with the prize funding that we have invested in Junkanoo. But what the authority does, the authority has the power to receive and raise money outside of the country, nationally and internationally. And the authority will be in a better financial position to be able to take Junkanoo to the next level. And once you read the bill, you will see where the financial aspect of it gives the authority the position to be able to do some things that we cannot do as the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture. And so again, I want to say to the Bahamian public, the government is the #1 or the major investor in Junkanoo as we speak today. And so this is the reason why we want to put an authority in place to have an independent entity who still will be receiving some sort of funding from the government, but will be able to raise its own money to take Junkanoo to the next level.
Okay, so when it comes up to the Bahamians watching and across television, the streaming social media platforms, what would you like to say to the Junkanoo groups, the volunteers, the sponsors, and the legislation as we move forward?
When there's changes, you will always have some pushback, you know, and you'll see some challenges. You will go through some growing pains. And we must understand when Sir Lyndon wanted to see the vision of independence, he had a lot of pushback. But at the end of the day, we all appreciate and you know, we gravel in the independence life that we have today as an independent nation. I use VAT as another prime example. I like to use these things. When Perry Christie implemented VAT, of course they were saying tax on the Bahamians back, but at the end of the day, had we not had VAT, to have the necessary revenue to take care of this country, we would have been continuing to borrow, what would devalue our dollar, you know, depreciate our dollar value, and then at the end of the day, when we find ourselves in a greater debt, then what would the Bahamian people say to the government? So at the end of the day, I believe the move in the direction right now as it relates to the Junkanoo Authority, while we may have some pushbacks and growing pains and some negative things might be said moving forward in that direction, hey, that's a part of life. Sometimes you have to make decisions, see the vision, and when people see it years from now, they'll understand that they don't remember what it was like before then, but they will then reap the benefits that will come in the future.
All right, well, I know our Vaughn Albury, apologies, Vaughn Albury is, of course, always roving. So who do you have with you this morning, Vaughn?
Okay, thank you very much, Jimanita. With me, Gary Russell, the leader of the Music Makers, chairman of the Music Makers. Give me your impressions of your performance here on New Year's morning.
Well, our performance is very exciting this morning, as you can see. The group was ready for this morning, despite what happened Boxing Day. They're vibrant, the colors are beautiful. As you can see, the theme, festivals of the Bahama Islands, Islands in the Sun. You talk about Crab Fest, Rake and Scrape, Corn Fest, Pineapple Fest, Regattas. We brought it all to Bay Street this morning. You see the colors? They're beautiful.
I see the colors. Oh, I see the island girls.
Yes. So we brought a taste of all of the Family Islands Festival to Bay Street this morning.
And in terms of what the music makers bring, educate our viewers and listeners about what music makers introduced to Junkanoo in the 1970s.
For those who are not aware, the Music Makers was the group that introduced brass to Bay Street in 76. We also was the group that introduced the choreographed section to Bay Street in 76. We're the ones who introduced the bass drums, the metal drums. We're the ones who introduced the multi-town cowbell. We're the first group to win 3 consecutive Boxing Day on Bay Street.
Hold on, no rush through that. Say that again, because when people hear about the music makers, they tend to relegate them after the Saxons Valley Boys. Repeat that for our viewers.
Well, we were the first group to win 3 consecutive Boxing Day on Bay Street. In our day, Saxon and the Valley know what we can do. I won't say things on national TV, but with full strength, we can beat them any day, and they know that. We have the talent. We always had the talent. As a matter of fact, different groups, they come and they buy our talent. They steal our talent from us. So you find us continue to rebuild and rebuild and rebuild. We're the first one to introduce a fine pacing. The fringe in the people, very small. Our pacing look like painting. So we introduced that to Bay Street too. We're a group that introduced a lot of voice to Bay Street. We are legendary in the competition on Bay Street. 70s and 80s, we dominated.
There you go. Gary Russell, chairman of the Music Makers off East Street, Fowler Street. And guess what? They have a rich history. 3 consecutive Boxing Day titles in the 1970s. Back to you, Jimanita.
Thanks so much, Vaughn. I thought you was going to say that's your cousin, but anyway, we understand how it goes. But definitely a strong history there with that Junkanoo organization.
It's a rich history, Jimanita. You know, we have to give the music makers their credit. They were the very first group to bring brass to Bay Street, and for that, everybody else after them has adopted that nature. And they were the pioneers. They brought something different.
Did you know what they played? Naughty Johnny.
Naughty Johnny.
Yeah, that was the song they played. Oh, Naughty Johnny. That was the whole entire Royal Bahamas Police Force band.
Oh, so they had music ministers.
Real music.
Okay.
Real music. That's why they're the music makers. As Gary said, they were the first to bring a lot of these instruments to Bay Street, and they were the real true music makers.
So, Minister, any particular time I could see you on the road then?
Well, you know, I spent about 15 years rushing with the music makers.
Okay. But just let our viewers know that what they're seeing on the screen is, of course, the Immortals Junkanoo and community organization. They will be bringing for us protecting our endangered species. Now, they are still in the hole, and Candidate, I know a lot of our viewers who are unfamiliar with the Junkanoo lingo question what it means when we say they're in the hole. So just if you clarify that for our viewers, they understand what in the hole means, or even when we say coming up the boulevard, you know, so we want them to be fully immersed in this Junkanoo experience this morning.
What it essentially means when we say that we are in the hole, we are in the holding pattern. That is where we start with our fanfare. That is right outside of the venue house. That is right outside of the Strom Market. That is where all of the excitement really begins. That's where you get the thoroughbred of Junkanoo. When the brass starts and the kunkalakas and the bellas and
so
the...
So that's all the vibes start in there.
Listen, this is everything. Everything happens in the hole. This is where the excitement builds. And that little bit of anticipation that you've been building to get to Bay Street, it explodes right then. And then as they traverse the boulevard, see, we are indoctrinated in education here.
Yes.
And so when you traverse the boulevard...
Let them know, Candy.
When you
Let them
traverse
know.
the boulevard, when you see the colors exploding. See, Junkanoo is an essence, right?
Yes.
Junkanoo is a feeling.
You gotta feel it all over.
Ancestors, when you hear the drum kicks off the music, all right?
Yes.
And when you are traversing the boulevard and you see the colors, the kaleidoscope, and you feel the rhythm, you know you reach, baby.
All right.
Junkanoo time.
All right. So y'all understand. You get that full lesson on what it is to be in the boulevard. So much happening on Bay. As we told you, this theme for the Immortals is protecting our endangered species. So, you know, we have the organizations like the National Trust who actively work to preserve species like the Nassau group and the rock iguanas. and they manage different parks. So that is something that the Immortals are going to be focusing on this New Year's morning. You're going to see some bird watching, some Abaco wild horses. So much happening with this group. Like I say, they're slowly making their way up the boulevard. So we're going to see all of that in a minute. But like you say, the boulevard is, well, leaving the hole. They vibes up. They getting ready.
The juices are flowing.
All right,
the juices are flowing. Minister, we want to say a very special thank you and a Happy New Year to you. It is because of you and, of course, your ministry that we are able to have Junkanoo in such a grand stature. And we are looking forward to many, many more years to come. You have our cooperation and our full support. We thank you so very much.
And we thank ZNS for again covering Junkanoo as they've been covering from I know myself and before I know myself. And so again, the nation can now continue to watch Junkanoo and appreciate it. Let me say this thank you for ZNS for covering Junkanoo on Harbor Island and in Delucha. This Friday we'll be heading to Exuma. ZNS will be there too. So enjoy it tonight. Saturday night we're in Exuma, next week we're in Grand Bahama.
Sounds good, Minister. Thank you so very much. Nobody covers the Bahamas better.
Definitely not. Well, like you say, we're going to keep you covered here this morning, but for now we're going to take a short break before we bring you back to Bay. Don't go anywhere unless you're just grabbing a quick snack, but get right back to your television.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Click, the Bear of the Bahamas, Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, Sand Dollar, Digital Bahamian Dollar, Atos Holdings, Wendy's, Bahamas Air, and Paradise Games.
The Parliamentary Registration Department wishes to inform the public that the National Voter Verification exercise is currently in progress. Verification confirms your voter details, reduces errors, and strengthens the integrity of the country's electoral system. Head to your nearest verification center with your Bahamian passport and your voter's card to get verified and be ready to cast your vote on Election Day. Your vote is your voice. One Bahamas, one vote, verified.
Bahamas, it's time to drum up, cheer, and win with Shell. Just spend $20 at any of our 13 Shell participating stations, and you are entered to win. This Christmas, you could walk away with Junkanoo tickets, New Year's Eve VIP concert tickets, grocery gift certificates, travel escapes, or even free fuel for an entire year, valued at $5,000. We are giving away prizes every week, so drum up, cheer, and win with Shell. Promotion ends January 9th, 2026.
Ready to insure your ride? Our new website is ready for you. Visit jsjohnson.com. Select coverages, go to Motor, and click Get a Quote. We've made it easier than ever to request a quote online. Fill in all the required fields. When you're done, hit Submit. You'll receive a response via email within 24 hours. Visit jsjohnson.com today.
Make your company representative stand out through an embroidery design on your uniforms from Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road. Janae's utilizes the latest state-of-the-art embroidery technology to monogram large and small quantities of shirts, caps, bags, and other articles. If you don't already have a digitized logo, Janae's can design and digitize your idea and bring it to life. Then install the logo of your choice from their large selections of 27 stock colors of golf shirts in cotton or dry fit, caps, or workwear. Call 394-8385 or 6 or visit www.janae's.com.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture.
Thanks for staying with us. Celebrate the season with Bring It to Bay live on the ZNS Network. Here's how you can enter. Tag your friends and your family in the comments during this live broadcast. And the person with the most tags will win a festive basket. Keep tagging, keep sharing, and you could be a lucky winner this morning. The giveaway is courtesy of Commonwealth Brewery Limited and the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. Can't say we ain't give you all nothing, so do your tags, friends and family. Watch, tune, and do what you need to do. But of course, Vaughn Aubrey is standing by. He's always roving. He's always got us covered. And what do you have for us now, Vaughn?
Last week, up on the stage where you are tonight, you had a Mr. David Brown. He is the UNESCO Global Facilitator for Intangible Cultural Heritage. But today, I say this is our Junkanoo, which is so coveted. And with me, Deidre Bevins. She's the Secretary General for the Bahamas Commission for UNESCO. So tell me, what makes Junkanoo so special?
What really makes Junkanoo special is because it is a cultural form where from the baby to the breast to the old person can participate, and you know it's something that's in in your belly, and there's no kind of UNESCO is an organization that we don't have this discrimination, you know, and so no matter what your class is, no matter your sexual orientation, whatever it is, you are able to participate in Junkanoo, you know, and it is an art form that Bahamians we celebrate. It's near and dear. Junkanoo is to be a Bahamian, is to be Junkanoo.
But I want to ask you, what got Junkanoo? What was it about Junkanoo that attracted the attention of UNESCO? What attracted the attention of UNESCO to Junkanoo?
Well, okay, what we are a part of, we became state party to a UNESCO has certain conventions, right? Some cultural conventions. So in 2014, the Bahamas became state party to the UNESCO Convention for Intangible Cultural Heritage. And intangible cultural heritage is just, you know, the ways of life, art forms, the way we prepare food, etc. And we wanted the Bahamas to have a recognition, to have an element inscribed on the intangible cultural heritage list. And so we got a committee together of persons from NJC, JCNP, some of our cultural icons, and then we had someone legal also. You know, we had 2 attorneys on it who are also involved in Junkanoo. We worked for several years to prepare nomination papers. And in 2023, we became successful, and we became the 3rd Caribbean country ever to be successful with a nomination with UNESCO. And so now we are on this list, which makes our Junkanoo recognized as the premium national cultural festival of the Bahamas. And so it's on the UNESCO list. UNESCO is an international organization made up of 194 countries. And so now people from all around the world, they usually consult the list if they are looking for somewhere to go and visit. They look at the cultural practices of a country. And so everything about Junkanoo is now listed on that site. So that's free international promotion.
Thank you very much. That's Ms. Deidre Bevins. She heads the Bahamas office for UNESCO, where our culture, Junkanoo, has been declared by the UNESCO a special festival. And we have so much to be proud of. Thank you very much, Ms. Bevins. So, what we call Junkanoo, this ain't no little thing. This is something that's recognized around the world. Back to you, Jimenito.
Thanks so much, Vaughn. And of course, joining us now is Marketing Associate from Paradise Games, Miss Canaria Taylor. Thanks for joining us again. Happy New Year to you. Good morning. How's been your New Year so far?
Very chilly, but very good. I'm very excited to be here on Bay Street once again. So let's get started.
So Paradise Games is really, really celebrating the holidays this year with a big holiday promotion. So first of all, because it's what everyone wants to know, what can I win?
Of course. As we've closed the door in 2025 and stepped into 2026, Paradise Games is keeping the celebration going. We're giving away $400,000 in cash and vehicle prizes, with cash being given away daily and vehicles being given away once a week.
So I know someone had a really Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. We've given away 2 cars. We have 2 left. So definitely someone is going to win a car on Sunday.
Wow. So how long is this promotion going to be going on?
Of course.
When did it start? When is it wrapping up? How can I enter?
Well, it started on December 15th and it's going until January 11th. So we have 10 more days. So if you haven't joined the fund to win your share of $400,000, you can. And we're very excited to have you. You do not have to be a registered account holder of Paradise Games. You can walk in, spend $20 in a lottery, casino, or sports book. Hold on to your receipt though. Frame it, keep it in your cart. That's very important to show proof of your prize.
Y'all open today? Because I really need to get
there. We open at 7.
Yeah. As soon as I leave the broadcast, I'm coming to see you.
I can give you the hookup, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm going to leave you here.
That's how you can leave me hanging?
She says she have a car.
Yeah.
Well, I have to go.
All right.
I come to see you.
Or we can play online.
Okay.
You can check your phone right now.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So who can participate? Obviously, she's ready to jump in now. Who can participate and how do we enter?
Of course, anyone 18 years or older can participate. Like I mentioned, you do not have to be a registered account holder. But if you are an account holder of Paradise Games, you can look at our website for daily promotional details, highlights, and all of our winners are announced on our website. So it's kind of important to have an account with us, but you don't have to.
Okay. All right. That sounds pretty good to me.
Right. So how are the winners chosen and when will they find out?
Winners are chosen at random electronically, so they can find out daily on our website, our pggames.com. We recently launched a new website, so check that out. But winners are announced daily, and then our social media highlights capture all of the action.
Awesome. Now tell me something. Tell us about the VIP promotion. How is it running? Is it running the same way? How does it work? What are the VIP prizes? I need to be a VIP. How do I become one?
Alongside our main promotion, simultaneously, we're also running a VIP promotion. Just as a thank you for our top loyal customers of Paradise Games. We appreciate them. So we want to give them something a little bit more special this year.
Okay, all right. Now, let me ask you another question. So our viewers sitting at home, they're watching Junkanoo. They can play online. They've been entered to win the holiday games, the promotion. Can they go ahead right now?
Absolutely. You can log on using your mobile device. You can spend using our Marriott payment options. We have debit, we have credit, we have Canoe, we have SunCash. So you can use your phone.
It's very digital friendly.
Very much so. So you can spend $20 with us in our newly expanded sports book or our casino and lottery. So once you spend $20 with us, you're automatically entered to win.
Wonderful, wonderful.
And on the screen now we see the Immortals Junkanoo and Community Organization. Their theme is protecting our endangered species. We see them coming up the boulevard. They will be focusing on organizations such as the National Trust, who actively work to preserve species like the Nassau grouper rock iguanas and managing our national parks and scientific history. So we're going to send it down there to see how well they explore and execute this theme, the Immortals Junkanoo Group. That was the Immortals organization. Of course, Vaughn Aubrey is standing by. Vaughn, who do you have with you right now?
Well, thank you very much, Jimanita. With me, Delvin Moss, leader or chairman? What's your title?
Chairman of the Immortals.
Chairman of the Immortals. But Jimanita, last week on Boxing Day, the Immortals placed second behind Colors. An impressive showing. What is your opinion of today's performance?
Well, we will continue to bring it. I mean, Colors is a juggernaut. They ain't gonna roll over and play dead, so we have to kill them. So we're trying to do that this morning. And that's not the literal kill, but Junkanoo-wise.
In terms of what the Immortals bring, you are getting a community involved.
Yes, believe it or not, 80% of our group is actually kids out of Yellow Elder Primary School and A.F. Adley Junior High School. So once you take out the old dinosaurs like myself, and there's very few of us, we'll be just trying to pass the culture on to the kids before we bow out.
Was that difficult? Is that a difficult process to pass it on?
Well, no. The thing is that we have a lot of good kids who are receptive of what we're trying to teach them. So very soon, remember the name Immortals, and we're doing this without any major sponsor. We are self-sponsored. So when we get a sponsor, call us, watch out. We come in.
And you also said many of our students come from Yellow Elder Primary and A.F. Adley Junior High School. What influence do music teachers have with the talent that you see coming out of Yellow Elder and elsewhere?
Well, what happens that Yellow Elder and A.F. Adley was absent from Junior Junkanoo for a few years. And seeing that they were in our community, we decided that, listen, let's find out why they're not going to Junior Junkanoo. And believe it or not, Yellow Elder Primary only have one male teacher, and he was not a Junkanoo guy. So we adopted both schools. And now they're going to be trouble at Junior Junkanoo.
There you go, there you go. So you have the Immortals, Delvin Moss, the leader, chairman, and they performed quite admirably last Boxing Day, finishing second behind Colors, who Delvin describes as a juggernaut.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Colors is, they're not going to roll over and play dead. Like I said, we have to take care of them, and we're coming.
We are building a nation. Before we close out, what do you need the community to do, in particular individuals, not necessarily corporate sponsors, to help the Immortals and other young people?
Well, listen, just support the group. It don't have to be financial, just emotionally, and just come by, and encourage the kids. Because like I said, 80% of our group is under the age of 18. 80%.
Thank you very much. Delvin Moss, chairman of Immortals. Last week's second place finishers, we don't know what they'll do today, but they were impressive passing through Rawson Square. Back to you, Jimanita.
Thanks so much, Vaughn. And like you said, 80% of their group under the age of 18?
80%. That just says to you that in order for us to make the culture live on, we have to impart it into our students, into our young people. There's going to be a time when we have to come off of the scene. These young people, there has to be some succession plan. And he also spoke about the fact that there needs to be more sponsorship, even if it's emotional sponsorship. A great deal of Junkanoo is emotional. And I think that as people in the community, we have to rally. And we have to rally around the young people to make sure that there is something for them to do. There is something for them to make them look forward to.
And switching gears to bring you into the continued chat, Ria.
Of course.
What are your thoughts on the parade so far?
So far, it's been really, really nice. Immortals did a very good job. Those drums, intense. But I'm still healing from last week. There's definitely a vapor of redemption in the air. So we're looking forward to what Saxons pulls off tonight. But of course, Paradise Games always aligns itself with winners. And we're so proud of the One Family Junkanoo group. We are a proud sponsor of them, and they delivered an exceptional performance.
They absolutely did.
Awesome.
I was extremely proud of One Family.
Yes.
I thought you was gonna,
I must say that.
we gotta take a break, so you guys can stick a pin in that.
When we come back?
Yeah,
I like
when
that.
we come. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after a short break.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture.
electric cars. Now it's time you drive one. Easy Car Sales welcomes you to experience the power and prestige of the latest electric vehicles. Plug in at home for a 65% discount off your gas bill and never get stuck at the pump again. Build your dreams of a better future with a better car, the BYD EV. Visit easy242.com to book your free test drive today. Save your money while driving in style, only at Easy Car Sales.
Bella Signature Restaurant and Suites. Get away. Wake up in paradise, dilly or dally. Start your morning with handcrafted flavors. Or dive in the pool. Relax, recharge. Bella is more than just a stay, it's an experience. Bella Signature Restaurant and Suites. Taste the Bahamian dream.
It's a Holy Frosty Christmas, and Wendy's and Coke is bringing the chill. This year, when you upgrade any Wendy's combo to a large, you can instantly win big with the Upgrade and Win Christmas giveaway. We're talking travel gift cards, gadgets, holiday treats, and prizes that make your Holy Frosty Christmas shine. Just upgrade your favorite lunch combo, scan the QR code on your receipt to enter, and let the holiday magic begin. Enjoy great tasting food and win big this Christmas with Wendy's and Coca-Cola's Upgrade and Win. Rules and restrictions apply.
One day I told my grandpa, show me what being a Bahamian is all about, and I'll show the Bahamas to the world. Together, we show the world what it means to be Bahamian, and we celebrate with an ice cold Quebec. More than a bear, it's the spirit of the Bahamas. Click. It's in our hands.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Immigration Care Services, CG Atlantic, Sun Oil Limited, J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, Janae's Uniform and Embroidery, Fidelity Bank Bahamas, and Easy Car Sales. We, of course, have been bringing it to Bay all morning this New Year's morning. And Candidate, the Paper Boys look like they're coming up. They all about fun.
The Paper Boys are
But they're a staple on Bay Street. Tell us why they're so important to the parades and to the legacy of Junkanoo.
Jimenita, the Paper Boys bring a staple, right? They use the regular newspaper. That is what we used to have Junkanoo with in the past. Sponge, newspaper, anything that you found incorporated Junkanoo. And the Paper Boys come out to have a good fun. Good drinks. They have some nice chicken wings, and they have a good time. But before we even get to that, right, I have to shout out to Dr. Jamarol. Happy New Year. Nicole, Charlene, and Lynette. My crew, thank you very much. Happy New Year. I love you, I love you, I love you. And again, you mentioned the one family.
She wasn't going to forget.
Jamanita told me to stick a pin, but I brought the pin out.
Of course.
The backline chairman for one family is my husband, Mr. Ruben Rumpelpom Delaveau. I'm Mrs. Delaveau. Thank you. You did a yeoman's job. Wonderful music. Excellent execution. Now, any other questions you have, Jimenita?
We was talking about the Paper Boys.
The Paper Boys are excellent.
Boys.
And the Paper Boys bring
having
good fun.
They making their way up the boulevard. And obviously, they play an important part to keeping the parade moving as well. Because, you know, from time to time, there could be lull periods in the parade. There could be. We want everyone to have their moment to showcase what they do. And if you don't want to go through all of the big group, A group, the big expense of putting together a Junkanoo costume.
But you know what the Paper Boys also do? You can have people from any walk of life, and they are all incorporated into one melting pot. You have lawyers, doctors, Indian chiefs. You have teachers. You have male men. You have everybody that's in one group, and they all get along. Everybody is having a good time. Nobody is above anybody else because everybody coming out looking the same way.
Right.
And they all come out to have a good time. They pool their resources, and you can see everybody's just out to have a good time. They may not have any musical instruments, but they definitely have music in the bottle.
But they do have, we see some of them do have whistles and the cowbells.
Yeah, I don't know what tune they're tuning into, but
I just jam in.
This is pure vibes. Pure vibes. Pure vibes. Now,
have you ever rushed in Junkanoo?
I have not.
Oh,
should I?
Do you want to?
Is that the next step?
Do you want to go with me in the hole? Because see, when the Saxons come out, I won't be here. So you can come and go with me if you want me. I'm going to take you with me. Okay. You have on tennis?
I do.
I'll take you with me, friend.
Okay.
Thank you.
Boy, look at that go. But anyway.
I bet you can't leave. You want to come go with us?
You're my friend no more. I can put you on a timeout for now. But anyway, earlier this evening, our LaDon Davis had an opportunity to catch up with the world-famous Valley Boys right before they hit the boulevard. So take a look at that.
Jimmy, let me tell you, the world-famous Valley Boys are gearing up to make their way on the boulevard, and I'm joined by the frontline director, Mr. John Williams. John, you guys are gearing up to execute your theme, A Journey Through the Wild Wild West. Tell us, what can spectators expect from that?
You're going to see Indians, you're going to see cowboys, you're going to see the works. You know, we're taking a journey, as we said, through the Wild Wild West. So you're going to see salons, you're going to see Texas Hold'em poker, you're going to see cowgirls, cowboys, powwow dances, you're going to see the works, you're going to see Geronimo's Revenge, you're going to see fire dances, as you see right here. I mean, we're ready to go. We've got step downs, we've got leads, we've got everything that you need.
Why this theme?
Well, we give opportunities to our members to suggest themes, right? We allow our younger persons to suggest themes. We had a guy by the name of Mumra give us our Boxing Day theme, and we had another person give us this New Year's one because we believe in opportunity. And we ran with it when they presented it because we said, you know what, we do cowboys and Indians a lot, but the way we're doing it is a bit different, so we ran with it.
Valley Boys came up short in the Boxing Day parade, but the New Year's Day parade, you guys are
We're going to do everything that we did on Boxing Day as well because we did a stellar performance. Our girls were great. Our music was good. Our performance was top-notch. I don't know why we finished fourth. That's a question that needs to be asked by the public. Go and ask them, why did we finish fourth? It was not worth it, right? New Year's, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to turn it up just a little bit more, and you guys are going to see just why we're the world-famous Valley Boys.
All right, John, best of luck to the Valley Boys. Jimmy, there you have it. The Valley Boys are ready for a win here on New Year's morning. Back to you.
Oh, thanks so much, LaDon, for that package there. And we have a new addition up here up top, Mr. Avery Lightbourne from the world-famous Valley Boys. Happy New Year to you, and good morning.
Good morning.
How excited are you about what you guys are going to do this morning?
Oh, I'm very excited. I've seen the costumes. They are beautiful. The guys have put in the work to give a good presentation for the fans this morning. So I'm looking forward to a good display from 1958 this morning. Valley Boys is going to be able to rock the crowd this morning, and you're going to see it on a pure display of what we have to offer.
And you want to recap some of what persons are going to see from your group?
Well, they're going to see a lot of cowboys and Indians. It's like back in the day, you know. When you talk about the Wild Wild West, you're looking at the cowboys coming in from the from Europe, and they're infiltrating into America and looking at the Native Americans on the ground, and a lot of wars going on, a lot of fights going on. It's about land. It's a lot of pioneering of a new industry into the Americas by the Europeans, and locking with the Indians and meeting a lot of the Geronimos, the Cochies. You're going to see a pure display of how this happens. You're going to see stagecoaches, you're going to see bears, you're going to see some buffaloes, you're going to see a lot of that on display.
So it sounds like a little bit of everything. But for persons who may never have rushed before, you know, just last week you had the Boxing Day parade, you're right back here again for New Year's Day. How hectic is that preparing for both of these parades? Because obviously you can't just say, okay, I just doing one now and then I can come back to this one. How does that work?
Well, usually we start with the Boxing Day parade in the shacks. That's the main thing that we want to get out. And sometimes we start with the New Year's Day parade. It depends. It all depends on the ease of the work that has to be done. Whichever theme is the most difficult to execute. That's the one that probably is decided to start with first. But I can tell you that these guys are in the shack from January. From day one, you'll find that you go out to various shacks and you'll see designs going on, you'll see displays. They have miniature models going on as to what the theme is. And themes are picked, this thing about having the themes as a secret for me, I think it's outdated now. It's about bringing it to Bay Street. I don't care if somebody knows my theme. How you gonna bring it? You know what? Matter of fact, I think when you bring a theme as similar to the other group, then you put yourself under pressure.
Yes.
And the Valley Boys, one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to compete with a presentation with the Valley Boys when it comes to that. So I don't get the myth behind, we got to keep it a secret. Maybe that was the back in the day thing before my time. But right now, the Valley Boys, when we're preparing, we always have a plan. And the plan is displayed just like an architectural drawing. This is how we're going to set it up. This is what we want to do. These are the costumes. A lot of research goes down, but this is going down the year before. So it's not where they're just guessing the theme on that year. These are themes that are lined up, and we just got to pick one because we already did the research on them. So preparing for it, it's like a group effort. And once you get the guys in the war room executing the theme, then you're going to get the engineers in there right afterwards.
And we're keeping an eye on the Paper Boys as they are making their way up the boulevard.
I love these guys.
They are a lot of fun, aren't they?
Absolutely. I know them intimately. The Paper Boys, a lot of them are my friends. If I wasn't so involved with the Valley Boys, I would be a Paper Boy on display now.
Easy breezy in the wind, having a fun day.
Oh, yeah, you got Darcy and Michael and those, and Sonic and those down there. All of these are my boys. I've grown with them. I hang out with them. And they've put together this group, and they've been consistent. I think they're going to win their division this morning.
I think they've already won, right? I really think they've already won.
But I love them. They're there for fun. And these are the groups that fill in the gap. And guess what? People have a lot of fun with them. So if you want to rush on Bay Street, you don't want the hectic of getting into the A or B groups. Paper Boys thing and all of those other groups that are fillers. They're very fun groups to get the feel of Junkanoo, and they come out to put a display, and they're having a lot of fun this morning.
Are you feeling any pressure? I know you didn't make it to the top during the last parade, but hey, this is a whole new ball game for bragging rights for the entire year. Are you going to be bringing it this morning to rival the competitors?
Well, New Year's Day Junkanoo just got its hype several years ago. Well, maybe 10 years ago, New Year's Day Junkanoo just got all of the hype around it because it was always about the Boxing Day. But I can tell you that the groups now, they're not feeling any anxiety. None of the groups are feeling anxiety. They are prepared because this is what we do. This is how we do it.
So we get a sticker pin, of course, as you've seen from much of the morning. Vaughn Aubrey has been busy, keeping busy. He doesn't miss a beat. So, Vaughn, what do you have for us this morning again so far?
All right. Thank you very much, Tripolina. The Paper Boys, one of my favorites. Guess why? Because these are my blood cousins, my Aubrey cousins from Sands Lane off East Street. Stephen Johnson, my cousin. What the Paper Boys? Why are you so consistent? What makes you so consistent?
It's all about coming to Bay Street and bringing the hype, and it's all about the fans, the people that love Junkanoo, especially the fun time groups. We here at the Paper Boys, we just want to wish the whole entire Bahamas Happy New Year and all the best for 2026. Hey, our team today is all about, the Wild Wild West, the Paper Boys. Hey, we bringing it here. Trust you me. Hey, have you ever seen cowboys on Bay Street actually dressed the way we are?
No.
Well, here it is. The Paper Boys has done it again, and we'll continue to do it. Bring the fun, bring the energy, and keep Bay Street pumped, hype, and all. All I got to say is, yee-haw! Oh,
there you go. The Paper Boys, one of the favorite groups of all times in Junkanoo. Look here. What makes you so different? What makes your group so different?
Well, if you know about how it all started, we started literally, Junkanoo was basically scrap. And people used to try, they came with paper, bush, grass, and everything. So what we did, we brought that originality back to Bay Street in the form of paper. So, hey, we got a lot of people on board. They like the energy. So, hey, we keep doing it. we come every year, and we come both parades, Boxing and New Year's Day, just to share the love, and it's all about fun.
There you go, my cousin Stephen Johnson from Sands Lane, just off East Street, the Paper Boys, perennial favorites. And to those of you who are laying in your bed watching Junkanoo, man, shake your leg, and you know, with this group, you always have little drinks. So they gave me a little drink, and they ain't got nothing in it that I like. But so, we're having a good time. Back to you, Jimonito.
Thank you so much. I feel like I should say yeehaw too, because they seem like they were having a whole lot of fun down there, right?
I think that they are, but you know, the very first Cowboys were black, so Stephen definitely
right in line.
He is
the sheriff.
Right. He's the sheriff.
So Kenria, I know this one here was trying to convince you to do a 1-2 thing, right?
Yeah.
Now you see the size of some of these Junkanoo groups. You said you've never rushed.
I have not.
You think you want to start out with the fun group or the pressure group?
I think I might start with Paper Boys. Like, it seemed like they were recruiting, so I think I might sign up for those.
You can start museum before you baby steps.
Yeah, baby steps.
See, that's fair. You know, because, you know, Junkanoo is a lot of pressure, you know.
I need you, listen, Miss Taylor. I need you to understand something. Junkanoo, you have to come go in the hole with me.
Okay.
Now, the gentleman spoke about the 1958 Valley Boys, right? We know what they came out and we know what they did last week. But you have to be in the hole to experience what Junkanoo really is.
And just look at the bandits. This look like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You see no pressure, Kenny?
No
This
pressure.
is what you need to do.
I look like a valley boy right there.
Everybody is. It's definitely in the valley.
So this is the valley in the hole. So you get a sneak peek of what your group is doing. That just vibes. They ready.
Yeah.
This would you say this is where this is the essence of it.
Because this is where your people are. I mean, what Junkanoo comes alive in the hole. This is where our ancestors speak to us first. This is where the music happening.
They say, get it together.
No, we don't say that. We say, line up.
Line up.
That's
Get
it.
the gate. We in the gate.
Yeah, no slapping up.
And then somebody comes and said, Valley Boys, you're on the clock. And then we got to run the music.
All right.
That's how it happens.
All right. So
that's how it happens.
So this would happen down there in the hole.
Music running. You see this man? You see his face? He's going to get makeup in a few minutes. He's feeling it. He's feeling it. Watch. 1, 2. Pop, pop, pop. The music coming. The music coming. The music coming. Watch your son. What I tell you?
He feeling it. He feeling it.
You know, I tell you, I don't know if people really understand the amount of money that goes into these costumes. Junkanoo is expensive.
It really is.
The people that come out to Junkanoo have to love Junkanoo to come out and put that kind of display on. It costs a lot. And normally the group will provide the basics, your contract, your gray paper, you know, some glue and stuff like that. But I can tell you the trips and everything
that's what we was going to get into. When you want to trick it out, that's a different thing altogether.
Different level. Like if I had gone this year, my costume, what I was looking at earlier, would have cost me at least $5,000.
Easily.
I owe my wife, baby.
I hope you buy some good Christmas gifts.
But can I tell you something? It's easier for us to allow y'all to do whatever y'all have to do for Junkanoo. Spend the money and just get it over it, because if it's something that you love, do it.
Yeah.
We only pass them through here one time. If you love it, do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter that you then spend 3 terms for the school fee on a costume that you know.
Yeah, we don't think about that. Like I said, and when we were on the last broadcast, I said, look, this is the time you come out, you let it all out and you scream. You work hard all year.
All year.
I can tell you, if you want to act the fool, get involved in Junkanoo. If you need a release, I can tell you this. If you're a Junkanooer, you can never be crazy, because you have one time to let out all your crazy everything in the rest of the year. So I can tell you, this is the time to let out the crazies, let out your creativity. I mean, put yourself on display, dance, do whatever. Nothing that you do on Bay Street can make you look like a fool. And all you're doing is participate.
And your group is coming up. They're looking good. Are you excited about what they're going to bring?
Well, I'm excited about the choreographed dances. The ladies, they work very hard. You would like to know the amount of exercise and the amount of fitness programs these ladies have to go through.
This is what I was hinting at with Ken Rio when I was telling her It ain't just the little walking. I mean, it's the fun group. It's exercise, logistics, the dance step, being in step. Like you say, it's choreography.
It's choreography. I can guarantee you. The hands of the drummers are blistered and bloody after they're finished. Hands of the cowbells are blistered. The dancers, they probably can't feel their legs. It's like spaghetti. I can tell you, coming off a Bay Street, when you reach at the end, all you want to do is drop.
All you do.
Only thing that is keeping you is that boom, 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 boom. And when you feel that, it's a spirit that locks into you that keeps you going. Nobody is doing this on their own accord or this because they fit.
So this is what you're saying when you talked about
the music has a part in your performance on Bay Street and your energy and your longevity. It gives you all the energy that you need. So once you're pushing that good music behind and you're dancing and you're getting in step like these girls right now, this is all right now. Focus. This is something that they've been working on all year. These choreographed dances. I mean, you'll find that girls come to the line crying because some of them can't get it sometimes. And it's a lot of pressure for more of those persons. Now the drums and the cowbells and stuff, it ain't so much pressure as much as I think the girls have because they have to be in sync. And if they're not in sync, that could throw the whole group.
I think for me, right now the most coveted part of Junkanoo outside of the personal bets with the step downs and the leads would be choreograph and music.
Yeah.
Everybody gunning this morning for this music.
Yeah.
They gunning this morning for this music.
Yeah. Because, I mean, Junkanoo music, I love it.
Yes.
I think everybody that comes down with the Junkanoo music, if you ain't tapping your foot, that means that
you.
No, that means that you're a Junkanoo who have a vibe.
Yeah.
You're not entire group. But I can tell you, the average person out here, every group that I saw some tourists,
when it comes
every group pass by, they going wild. But the average Junkanoo, you'll see them. The music can be sweet as, gold. And they'll stand there like this. Yeah, I'm full. So the music itself is it's like none other. It's golden, and we have something to be proud of when it comes to the Junkanoo music.
And we just want to remind our viewers that while you are looking at the world-famous Valley Boys, they're still pretty much in the hole in the area of Frederick Street. So it'll take a while before they get up here to Rawson Square. But as soon as they get within earshot, as you can see them, and as soon as you can hear them, we will definitely be throwing it down there so you can experience the full performance from the world-famous Valley Boys. And obviously, this is an exciting moment. I feel like we were talking earlier on, Kenny, so much more energy and enthusiasm. Maybe it's the new year, I think, rolling around, so they say, you know what, we're coming out strong.
And maybe it's the fact that tomorrow, Friday, we have to go to work. So they have to get on Bay Street. Maybe that's something as well. But you can see the energy is here this morning. New Year's is always a different type of a parade.
And now we're seeing some of the individual groups coming on through Rawson Square. A number of them. We see Otario Allen. He is presenting Junkanoo Carnival. We see Mario Marley. He was supposed to present the New Year's New Day Rise and Fall of the Mayan Civilization. We see L. John Barrett with the American Patriot. That's on the screen right now. So we're getting an opportunity to see some of the individuals in the D division, the individual groups, not groups, but individuals who present their costumes. And how important are these elements to the parade?
Well, these elements to the parade are essential because it gives you an opportunity to see the craft as this particular individual would depict it. It may not be what you and I particularly would like to see or would think that should be on Bay Street, but that is their interpretation. Junkanoo is in essence, Junkanoo is a free trade. This is how they see it, and this is how they present it. So you can't say, oh, I don't like how this looks, or I think it should look a different way. It's up to interpretation, and it's an individualistic costume. And so they bring it, they put their heart into it, and some of them don't even have sponsors. They do this directly out of their own pocket. Now, this is John Barrett, and he is a Saxon Superstar member, so he will leave his individual on the side, and then he will go and rush with the Saxons. So you have different people in different areas. You have Randy, who is a drummer on Bay Street. Randy is going to do something different. You have Mr. Bo, he's going to do something.
So this is Lamont Bo's piece here,
Yes.
World Health Organization.
Yes, and then you have Robert Martin Jr., Robert Martin Sr., Robert Martin Jr., they're Roots members, they were once Saxons members, but they're all in senior Junkanoo, and they want to do an individualistic piece. And so this is what they do. This is an art form. Junkanoo, whether we want to believe it or not, is a culture, is an art form, and it's what you hold near and dear to you. When we talk about Junkanoo, we have to be very mindful that it is very personal. Junkanoo isn't something that you can just say, oh, I'm going to buy you a piece of costume and let you put it on. When you take your time and you take your time with your craft, it shows. You saw John Williams speaking for 1958 a few moments ago. John has one side of his face painted a particular way. So he has a two-tone costume. John has put time and effort into that costume.
Yes.
When he comes up the boulevard, he's going to 360. He's going to 480 if you actually give him the opportunity. This is what brings Junkanoo to life. These are the characters that you see every single day. Nassau's only 7 by 21. We have to live with each other.
Yes.
But this is what brings Junkanoo to life.
And I feel like it's interesting to see with the individuals because, like you said, they have an opportunity to rush with their group if they choose, but they also give you an idea of what they see for this particular parade in their Junkanoo expression.
And this is Junkanoo. Junkanoo belongs to all of us, and so we cannot be soloistic minded. We have to be. We have to understand that it's an amalgamation of colors. It's a melting pot, and what you see here is how they see it, and we have to appreciate that. And for whatever it's worth, this is what they want to bring to the public.
And you were going to add in?
Yeah, I was going to add also that Junkanoo is always a platform for messaging.
Yes.
And you will find that, like, God rest his soul, Rodney Munker, he'd always come out with probably hanging, and he'll have like a whole rig where the gallows is, and he'd show that that's what he's pushing for, capital punishment.
Right.
And so it's a messaging platform for those who have different messages that they want to put. Activists come out with their costumes, and they put out costumes that are sending a message. We also have the international community. When they come in, they don't even probably never experience Junkanoo, and they come in because of the themes that we're depicting. They are now connecting with that theme, and that may even become a fan after that because they are seeing something that they relate to, just like the Wild Wild West, just like what we've seen on Boxing Day, just like we did countries like China, we do America, we do Italy, we do Europe, and so people connect when they come to these events. And we got to understand that we have to appreciate that when we're putting out the message, we got to make sure that the message is positive and one that's unifying instead of separating us. So
absolutely.
That's a big deal when it comes to the themes of Junkanoo.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And on top of that, we want to come out and win and beat the next guy, though. So it's still a competition.
You seem very reluctant to say they will win or to beat up people. But anyway, we understand you there. But Ken Rio.
Yes.
Any standout moments for you so far? You've had a mix of, some of the B groups. We are seeing the individuals now. What are your feelings so far for this morning's parade and what you've seen?
Definitely the individuals. As Kenny mentioned, it is a depiction of that individual's inspiration, their creativity and ingenuity. So seeing that as a class within itself is pretty admirable, to see that someone has spent time and effort to bring something onto Bay Street that represents themselves. It's amazing.
Well, that's a good note. So you're going to stick a pin.
Definitely.
But guess what? We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back. You see world famous in the hall. They're making their way up. And if you cheering for them, you better be back to this TV screen. But we'll be right back after this short break.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Click, the Bear of the Bahamas, Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, Sand Dollar, Digital Bahamian Dollar, Atos Holdings, Wendy's, Bahamas Air, and Paradise Games.
Here at Immigration Care Service, you can trust us, especially if you have experienced issues or problems with the U.S. immigration at the borders. We'll do our best to provide options and solutions to immigration roadblocks so travelers can continue visiting the U.S. and residents can continue living their lives in the U.S. without worries. The best part? Our services are affordable and accessible. Take the mystery, confusion, and fear out of your immigration concerns. Contact Immigration Care Service today.
Welcome to Paradise Games, where exceptional service meets the ultimate gaming experience. Our dedicated team is here to make every visit a win.
Now this is paradise.
This is more than just a place to play.
Now this is paradise.
It's where excitement meets world-class service.
Now this is paradise.
Now this is paradise.
Come experience it for yourself. Now this is paradise.
I thought this was safe until Willie the Worthless couldn't put me back together. But now my unattached hands will show you how easy and secure it is to file a medical claim on the CG online portal. Oh, get back here. Oh, my legs. What magic school did you go to? Ta-da!
We can't reverse magic tricks gone wrong, but we can make it easy to file a medical claim on the online portal. CG Atlantic Medical and Life. Good like that.
For over half a century, we've been more than just an airline. We've been a bridge, connecting families, dreams, and memories across the islands and beyond. Behind every seat sold and every journey planned, there's a dedicated team committed to making air travel affordable and accessible to everyone. At Bahamas Air, we're not just building connections, we're building a safe and dependable airline where quality service is paramount and an excellent travel experience is our priority. Wherever you're going, we're here to take you there with care, with heart, and with the promise of unforgettable journeys. We are family, and just like family, we're committed to taking care of our own. Your Bahamas Air is our Bahamas Air, because here at Bahamas Air, we don't just fly here, we live here.
Bahamas, it's time to drum up, cheer, and win with Shell. Just spend $20 at any of our 13 Shell participating stations, and you are entered to win. This Christmas, you could walk away with Junkanoo tickets, New Year's Eve VIP concert tickets, grocery gift certificates, travel escapes, or even free fuel for an entire year, valued at $5,000. We are giving away prizes every week, so drum up, cheer, and win with Shell. Promotion ends January 9th, 2026.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance. Peace of mind.
Make your company representative stand out through an embroidery design on your uniforms from Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road. Janae's utilizes the latest state-of-the-art embroidery technology to monogram large and small quantities of shirts, caps, bags, and other articles. If you don't already have a digitized logo, Janae's can design and digitize your idea and bring it to life. Then install the logo of your choice from their large selections of 27 stock colors of golf shirts in cotton or dry fit, caps, or workwear. Call 394-8385 or 6 or visit www.janaes.com.
One day I told my grandpa, show me what being a Bahamian is all about, and I'll show the Bahamas to the world. Together, we show the world what it means to be Bahamian. And we celebrate with our ice cold Quebec. More than a bear, it's the spirit of the Bahamas. Click. It's in our hands.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture.
And we feel the excitement mounting from the audiences. They want to see the world-famous Valley Boys 1958 with their theme, Through the Wild, Wild West. And obviously, they are making their way up the boulevard. That's gearing up the audience. Avery, how important are your supporters to your performance?
Well, I can tell you that fans make a big difference. When you hear the energy of the fans, that gives you more energy on the road. So when you come to Bay, the fans are very important, and so we want to thank all our fans, wish them a happy new year. Thank you for their support and all the energy that they put behind all of the arguments, all the debates. So we're very, we do it for the fans. This show is self-satisfactory, but it's also for the fans. And when we hear them when they say who they are, who are we? The Valley. That's
all right. And on that note, for the fans near and far, whether you're in the archipelago or across the world, you're going to see what this world-famous Valley Boys 1958 will do with Through the Wild, Wild West. Take a look. course, the world-famous Valley Boys, 1958, through the wild, wild west. And true to form, Avery, we saw the Buffaloes, we saw the Indians, the Cowboys. I mean, a lot went into that performance. What are your thoughts of it?
Well, I can tell you, like I said last time, I am totally impressed based on the transition that we have had through the year that is gone. I am very impressed and I'm very hopeful. The Valley Boys, 1958, we've had our trials. We're rebuilding. Somebody was talking about the numbers again. But I say the energy was live. The crowd felt the vibe. They brought a display that was pleasing to the crowd. And I just say, let's see what the judges say at the end of the day. But you know, I am just about making sure that you execute the theme and you bring the energy that the people came out here to see. And that was it. The Valley Boys definitely, true to form, came out and made a display for the fans this morning, hands down.
Peace in the Valley. What are your thoughts, Genria?
The theme, the execution of theme, the banners, you could tell a lot of time and energy and ingenuity and creativity and talent of your builders.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning, definitely.
I mean, I wouldn't hear from you, Kenny. Are you in shock? Are you like, mom is the word, please?
I must say that the world-famous Valley Boys did impress me. I was looking for the oomph. I saw Wendy. She was bringing up the rear. The brass was good. The girls were beautiful. I thought that they had the energy, and they depicted their theme 100%. I think it was Jerron and Javon Williams that did the second costume, and they executed. I can't take anything from them this morning. They did a yeoman's effort.
They were beautiful. The costumes, I definitely, like I said, that is one of the key points of the Valley Boys, making sure that that costume, when it comes out of that shack and onto Bay Street, Mr. Cooper would have it no other way. And I think this morning, God rest his soul, he would have been pleased. You saw his son, Cisco and Ellie, those out there, and his grandson on Bay Street. I mean, when you talk about going into two parades, New Year, Boxing Day and New Year's, I mean, that's a lot of work, a lot of effort was put into that. And for them to have two mornings where their costumes, I mean, made it to Bay Street in a stellar performance, I could say.
With no sponsorship.
Well, that definitely is key, but thank you so much, Avery, for joining us again this New Year's morning. We will see what the judges decide again. Thank you to you as well, Canaria, for joining us as well. And maybe we'll see you one day in the future. Who knows?
Yeah, we gotta put you in a Transformer costume. We ready for it right now? I'm going to make the call to Doug, and we'll get that together.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back for all of the action happening right here on Bay Street. Don't go anywhere.
Services. CG Atlantic. Sun Oil Limited. J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers. Janae's Uniform and Embroidery. Fidelity Bank Bahamas. And Easy Car Sales.
Well, this year we decided to double the amount that we did last year, and the company decided to take on that amount because we saw the need. Each year we do it, we get persons that call after the fact to ask if their company could be a part of it, their organization can be a part of it. So 30,000 was a no-brainer.
It is a joy to have this at the first time, and this is also my first Thanksgiving here at Columbus Primary School. I was recently deployed here, and so when I heard the initiative, I was overwhelmed to know that these students here at Columbus Primary School will have a meal, a healthy meal that is, to put a smile on their faces.
Going to the different locations, you can feel the excitement of the teachers, the kids, the volunteers. One of the things that makes this program work is you have individual volunteers. You have Rotary, you have Kiwanis Club, You have individual person. And this is what makes the program works, not Bahamas Truck Group Company by itself. What makes the Let's Make a Difference program works is every individual, whether business person or company or just an individual, wanted to help and make our country better. And this is what Let's Make a Difference about, where one individual can help make a difference in our country.
Elections are just around the corner, and so is the Parliamentary Registration Department. Whether you need to register to vote, get verified, or have general questions about the voter registration process, you should know where the Parliamentary Registration Department is. Come with me. Head west on Tonic Williams Darling Highway, past Shell gas station, the paint store, and testing and evaluation. Turn left just before the bus stop. And there you have it. And in case you were wondering, you can also register at your local post office. We just wanted you to know that you have options. Don't wait. Register and verify today.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Click, the Bear of the Bahamas, Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, Sand Dollar, Digital Bahamian Dollar, Atos Holdings, Wendy's, Bahamas Air, and Paradise Games.
Are still tuned into the 2026 New Year's Day parade here on Bay Street. I am Ianthea Ferguson, now taking over this half of the parade. And let me tell you something. If I was asleep before, I am awake now, but I have a quick programming for you guys. We want you guys to celebrate the season with the Bring It to Bay live on the ZNS network. Here's how you can enter. We have a wonderful gift basket sitting and waiting for you to win. Tag your friends and family in the comments during this live broadcast, and the person with the most tags will win a festive gift basket. Keep tagging, keep sharing, keep streaming this live reel. You could be our lucky winner. And the giveaway is courtesy of Commonwealth Brewery Limited and the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. Joining me now, this portion of our broadcast is Corvell Pyfrom. And Corvell, if I was asleep before, like I said, I am awake now. We caught our first little live feel of Junkanoo with the Valley Boys just now and there through the Wild Wild West theme. The music was great. The visuals were great. The colors were great. And honestly, I have not seen a Junkanoo parade live in years. That was my first time in forever. And so I was like, okay, I feel the rush. I get it now. I'm awake. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Before I go any further, though, I want to say, dear friend, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
We made it into 2026. Happy New Year to all of you at home watching us this morning. Also to our magnificent crew, hard at work, so many people behind the scene that make this program happen, that make this broadcast happen. And so we want to say to them and their families, their loved ones, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
But the Valley Boys have set the tone. The Valley Boys, world famous Valley Boys, 1958, have set the tone for this morning's event and this morning's New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. And so I think the excitement has now arrived on Bay Street.
I'm glad you said that, because earlier we were saying, you know, it was a little bit empty. People were still coming from church, coming from parties and events, but it's Junkanoo morning now. It's officially Junkanoo morning now. We see the bleachers are filling up. People are here. They're dancing. People are still coming, even though it's like, what, minutes to 5 a.m.? And so I'm just super excited to see the rest of the groups come through. We already saw the music makers. We've seen the Paper Boys. We've seen Dynasty. And as you said just now, the world-famous Valley Boys. Saxon still to come. The Way Forward Valley Boys still to come.
One family. A lot of high expectations for one family. So, you know, there's riding high of their victory. The drought has ended for one family who walked away the champions of last week's Boxing Day Junkanoo Parade.
So excited to see what they will bring. Will they do a two-peat? Will this be like a complete upset with them?
And you know what? They are putting on, what is it? No matter what, we're going to church.
Yes, yes. Looking forward to that. But before that, we're going to toss it now to our Vaughn Albee, who was down in the streets talking to somebody else. Vaughn, who do you have?
Listen here. Thank you very much. Well, it's almost 5 o'clock, if not 5 o'clock. But Happy New Year again. So, with me, Bishop William Thompson, former chairman of the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas and an avid Junkanooer. The 1958 world-famous Valley Boys. your view of their performance.
I thought they gave a good performance this morning. Their costumes were good and their dance was good. I think they did well this morning.
Bishop, those adjectives you use, that ain't enough, because for Junkanoo, we need superlatives. Exciting, dynamic. What's your view? In terms, we ain't see the other groups yet. We ain't see the Saxons. We ain't see the Way Forward. We ain't see the defending Boxing Day One Family. So, what's your view thus far of your Valley Boys 1958?
Well, thus far they're the best because they're the first to pass. Thus far. But all the groups are very well, very good. And but I believe today they have to do much to beat the Valley Boys this morning. They look very well. They look very good.
Well, there you have it. In terms of what Junkanoo means, you from Exuma, tell us, what was Junkanoo like for Exumians in your day as a child, as a young man?
When we grew up, it was just the cowbell and the cow horn at that time, and you know, your French costumes. But now it's became elaborate. It's become elaborate, and you know, it's more carnival style already in Junkanoo. So it's really changed.
There you go. So remember that Junkanoo belongs to all of us, not just us here living in New Providence, but all Bahamians living on the islands of the Bahamas. And in particular, we just like to highlight Exuma.
Yes, it's a culture that we all can identify. And it makes, there's something about Junkanoo that makes every Bahamian steps up a bit.
There you go.
Yeah, good.
There you go. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Back to you up on top.
Well, thank you so much for that, Vaughn. And just to tell you guys, we're the only station that can provide you with live coverage of Junkanoo via radio on 50 and 40 AM, 810 AM in the north, and 104.5 FM television and social media, ZNS Digital on all platforms. Corvell, it's Junkanoo Morning. Welcome.
It is Junkanoo Morning.
Are you awake?
I'm awake. Hey, listen, I brought the bells. Did you bring the whistle?
I have to find a whistle, but I promise you I will get one before we wrap up this morning. But let's just go back a little bit to what we've seen, because we were down in the production room watching the groups go by, watching the people like the paper boys and the music makers. You said you had a note about them.
Yeah, the music makers started things off again. They were first out the gate. Well, I think, yeah, they were.
First with the A out the gate.
Yeah. For the A group. And of course, they brought it as well. The music was good, so I think I would be remiss if I did not point out the fact that they did bring some energy with them as well. And so it's always a great group to watch as well.
I'm always particularly excited to watch what they call the scrap groups, right? So seeing the paper boys going like, that would be who I would rush with if I were to rush again, because I have rushed before. But if I were to do it now, like, I just wanted to do it for fun, in my jeans, in my t-shirt, and really just, you know, take bait. Like, who would you rush with?
Well, I've done it in the past when it was with the scrap group as well. And I mean, that's my preference. Anyway.
Yeah, right. I think they have so much fun. They have no cares in the world. And it's like, let's just take the bait and do what we got to do.
Yeah, great.
But who are you most looking forward to seeing this morning, if you haven't already seen them?
You know, I'm looking forward to seeing all of the groups because, you know, there's been so much that's happened since Boxing Day to where we are now. And so I think everybody's bringing their A game. A lot of people with a lot to prove, a lot of the groups with a lot to prove this morning. And so I'm looking forward to seeing, I think, like everybody else, One Family, of course. The Saxons want to clap back as well. So I think they'll be pretty exciting to look at this morning. And then, of course, the Valley Boys, the way forward. So we have got an exciting lineup still ahead of us this morning.
And it's already, just about 5 a.m. again, and I feel like we're just getting started, even though, you know, the broadcast started at 2 a.m. But what I like to see is that back in the day, like when I was younger, watching Junkanoo, I felt like it was always a toss-up between the Valley Boys, the Saxons, the Valley Boys, the Saxons. And then over the years, you saw Roots popping in with some wins, you saw One Family popping in with some wins, and now it's like, who's going to take it home? There's no clear-cut winner.
It's up in the air.
It's up in the air, and I love the suspense. Right. I love the excitement. I love the fact that the fans just don't know what it's going to end up being. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it turns out.
I think we will, for the rest of the morning, be on the edge of our seats, right? Because I think it's going to be really exciting. It was a bit of a slow start, but now things have picked up. And so I think we're in for one great ride.
And also have us at the edge of our seats is this weather. So if you are still headed out to Bay, bring your tams, bring your jackets, maybe even your scarves. I was a little
I got to ring the bell because apparently Jimmy explained to me in this booth, weather is off limits. We do not discuss weather. I learned that the hard way last week. We do not discuss weather in the booth.
Well, I take back my comment, but still, y'all listen to me. Wink, 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 wink. And we have some excitement going down there. Our hosts, I guess our DJs, have the crowd really going. I'm really looking forward to what's going to come out tonight. And like I said, the people are out. I see kids on their dads' necks. I see youngsters in the streets. We see so many people just out here trying to enjoy what this Junkanoo parade is going to bring. And I know we have coming up next, Body of Christ, another Wild Wild West theme, right? We talked about the themes earlier and how some of them are repeats. It's very interesting to see how a different group, every group puts their different spin on what it is. So we'll see what Body of Christ does with Wild Wild West. What do you anticipate?
Yeah, I think this will.
Hello? Hi, this is Roger from Fidelity Bank. We've detected a possible breach on your account, so we've placed a temporary hold on pending transactions. Huh? Please check your email and give me your one-time password to confirm.
Ain't nothing happening. Whoa! Remember, Fidelity will never ask for your account details. If in doubt, contact us first. Fidelity Bank, protecting what matters most.
Fidelity, we're good for you.
You've heard of electric cars. Now it's time you drive one. Easy Car Sales welcomes you to experience the power and prestige of the latest electric vehicles. Plug in at home for a 65% discount off your gas bill and never get stuck at the pump again. Build your dreams of a better future with a better car, the BYD EV. Visit easy242.com to book your free test drive today. Save your money while driving in style, only at Easy Car Sales.
There's a place where every detail whispers elegance, where our art greets you at every corner, where flowers linger like a secret well-kept, and your sweet dreams become your sanctuary. This isn't just an ordinary bed and breakfast. It's a name that says signature. The Bella Signature Restaurant and Suites. A taste of the Bahamian dream.
It's a Holy Frosty Christmas, and Wendy's and Coke is bringing the chill. This year, when you upgrade any Wendy's combo to a large, you can instantly win big with the Upgrade and Win Christmas giveaway. We're talking travel gift cards, gadgets, holiday treats, and prizes that make your Holy Frosty Christmas shine. Just upgrade your favorite lunch combo, scan the QR code on your receipt to enter, and let the holiday magic begin. Enjoy great tasting food and win big this Christmas with Wendy's and Coca-Cola's Upgrade and Win. Rules and restrictions apply. It's a Holy Frosty Christmas, and Wendy's and Coke is bringing the chill. This year, when you upgrade any Wendy's combo to a large, you can instantly win big with the Upgrade and Win Christmas giveaway. We're talking travel gift cards, gadgets, holiday treats, and prizes that make your Holy Frosty Christmas shine. Just upgrade your favorite lunch combo, scan the QR code on your receipt to enter, and let the holiday magic begin. Enjoy great tasting food and win big this Christmas with Wendy's and Coca-Cola's Upgrade and Win. Rules and restrictions apply.
For over half a century, we've been more than just an airline. We've been a bridge, connecting families, dreams, and memories across the islands and beyond. Behind every seat sold and every journey planned, there's a dedicated team committed to making air travel affordable and accessible to everyone. At Bahamas Air, we're not just building connections, we're building a safe and dependable airline where quality service is paramount and an excellent travel experience is our priority. Wherever you're going, we're here to take you there with care, with heart, and with the promise of unforgettable journeys. We are family, And just like family, we're committed to taking care of our own. Your Bahamas Air is our Bahamas Air. Because here at Bahamas Air, we don't just fly here, we live here.
Here at Immigration Care Service, you can trust us, especially if you have experienced issues or problems with the U.S. immigration at the borders. We'll do our best to provide options and solutions to immigration roadblocks, so travelers can continue visiting the U.S. and residents can continue living their lives in the U.S. without worries. The best part? Our services are affordable and accessible. Take the mystery, confusion, and fear out of your immigration concerns. Contact Immigration Care Service today.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Click, the Bear of the Bahamas, Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, Sand Dollar, Digital Bahamian Dollar, Atos Holdings, Wendy's, Bahamas Air, and Paradise Games.
Welcome back, you guys. We apologize for that technical glitch, but of course, we're ZNS and we always bounce back. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us. But we want to just say a big shout out, big hello to everyone watching us live on Channel 113 on Flow TV and Digicel in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Happy New Year and a welcome, welcome, welcome again to our broadcast. Corbell, we're back.
We are back. We are back.
Definitely back. You're still here watching, like we said, the New Year's Day parade, Junkanoo parade. We have already a few groups gone by. But as I was watching, I'm reminded and I always think back to when I went to Ghana a couple of years ago when I saw a similar parade. And I'm just always so humbled, I guess, to say. When I remember where we come from, where Junkanoo really was birthed from, and to see that in the motherland about 5 or 6 years ago, coming home now and always watching it is like, I now know why we do what we do. What do you think about that?
Yeah, and you know, it's good to point out our African origins with this, with the Junkanoo. And you know, when you see that when you travel and you get to see something as similar, but then you know, still here in the Bahamas, what we've done with Junkanoo is still unique and one of a kind. And so that does give you a new sense of appreciation, I think, for this just amazing cultural expression that we call Junkanoo.
I think I saw Bahamian who actually traveled to Ghana recently, and they posted a video, you know, of the parade in the streets, and I was just like, man, like, it feels like home. Like, when I was there, they had the cowbells and like, it felt like I was literally home. Like, I was looking in people's faces like, you could be my neighbor, you know, you could be my cousin, you look like our people. And so I always like to track it back to our history, where we came from, but look at what we've done with it today. Look at what the Bahamas, our little twist on it, right?
I'll tell you, a couple months ago, I had a chance to travel with the Ministry of Tourism to this huge global event in London, and they took Junkanoo along with us, and I will tell you, this place had 55,000 people there, and Junkanoo stole the show.
Wow.
It was just and so when you see it on that forum,
I think that's when we appreciate it more,
my goodness,
right?
I've never seen anything like that before, and the reaction from people who were seeing it for the first time, Cynthia, it was just unlike anything I'd ever seen
Amazing, before. Amazing. I love that. I love to see Junkanoo as well when I travel. But you said you've rushed before.
Yes.
Who did you said it was a scrap crew?
Yes.
Okay, how was your experience?
I loved it. I mean, because, you know, there were no expectations.
Exactly.
And no rules for us, and it was just a lot of fun. And when you go through Bay Street in particular, it's amazing. It's a loud event, but when you're on the parade route, you're able to hear the fans so clearly. Like, it's just an amazing feeling.
The one time I rushed, it was actually with Robert. We rushed with one family, the winners.
Look at you.
Now listen, I have no horse in the race. I just like to be on the winning team, right? And so
our production manager, Karen Miller, is a huge one family
I heard
fan.
him earlier.
And his thing, he says the key to one family winning is not to let Robert rush.
Oh, gosh. Poor Bob. But yeah, that was the one year I rushed, like, in my adult life. And let me tell you something, that experience has stayed with me. And I never did it again. I don't know if I really fully recuperated, but that experience, just being in the shack and pasting my own costume, even though I didn't have to, I just wanted to, like, get my hands in there, and just waking up early that morning, hitting this, man, it was crazy.
Yeah,
I think I need to do it again.
And also about, I mean, the work that these folks put into getting to
like
Hey,
another full-time job, right?
Yeah, I was listening to Avery and those talk about it in the earlier segment, and the amount of money, the amount of time, and all of that goes into getting to Bay. It is just amazing. And so you've got to give a shout out to whichever group you're in, whether you're D, B, or Fun Group, or A Group. That's a lot of work and dedication and finances.
Yes.
Too, so.
Well, also putting in some work and dedication for us tonight is our Vaughn Albury, who is back again with another interview. And I think I know that guy you're talking to, Vaughn.
You know him? Okay, I know him too. I've known him for about 30 years. He's Andrew Burrows, the former Deputy General Manager of the Broadcasting Corporation of Bahamas. But he has a new role with the National Junkanoo Committee. Tell us about that role.
Well, I'm still a deputy general manager. I'm just
I ain't changed.
somewhere else.
I ain't take your role. But tell us about your role in the NJC.
I assist the NJC this season with the transition. Next year there's going to be a National Junkanoo Authority. So I've been helping them with communicating what that's going to be, but also doing some PR for this season. And then a part of that is also being able to capture what is going to be when the story is told 10, 20 years from now, this will be the last season before the establishment of a National Junkanoo Authority that governs Junkanoo all throughout the country, but under a set structure, under a set foundation, pretty much. An entity which is only point of existence is running Junkanoo. And that's going to happen after it's debated in the House of Assembly early next year. So we're basically capturing it. It's actually going to be on the ZNS network. A two-part mini documentary getting us to this point and through these parades.
What does, in terms of capturing Junkanoo, what does that mean for us who live here in the Bahamas, and we see Junkanoo all the time, and the diaspora beyond the borders of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Junkanoo, and the importance of Junkanoo as our national culture?
Well, number one, I'm not actually shooting the parade. Let's start there, because that's happening. You guys are doing it. ZNS. Nobody shoots Junkanoo better than ZNS. We know that. Others have tried. Others have quit. ZNS is doing it. What I'm actually filming is the behind-the-scenes process of Junkanoo itself. What happens in the meeting rooms, what happens with the NJC, when the police gets involved, when the broadcast gets involved. I'm shooting you guys, I'm shooting the marshals, I'm shooting the parade grand marshal, and all of the stuff that's unsexy, not interesting. We're gonna make it interesting because it all paints the same picture that gets us to Junkanoo. The way the public sees it, they don't see all this stuff. So that's what we're showing.
All right, that's Andrew Burrows, former Deputy General Manager. Not former, I keep firing. The Deputy General Manager of the Broadcasting Corporation of Bahamas. Junkanoo is capturing Junkanoo so that we can have this beyond where we are today, so that our children and grandchildren will know the history of Junkanoo. Back to you, Corvell.
Well, I definitely want to see that documentary. That sounds like going to be a good one. But coming up next, we have the Body of Christ with the Wild, Wild West. They say, come see the Bahamas Foam Crusaders presentation for the upcoming 2026 New Year's Day Parade. The Wild, Wild West, land of the free and home of the brave in the great United States of America. The brass are going to be cowboys. Backline represents the Indians. Off the shoulder with beauty of the West, land of the free and freedom of worship. The step down dance to the Indian chief. Listen, a full-on, another boots on the ground iteration.
So we are going to the days of old in the United States. Far west of the Mississippi, Abraham Lincoln. We're going to see him make an appearance out on the parade route tonight as well, this morning, as well as cowboys and Indians. So that ought to be a whole lot of fun.
Definitely. And the Body of Christ, the Wild, Wild West. Like I say, I'm always excited to see when two groups have the same theme. Like, what are you going to do versus what they did, right? And so looking forward to see exactly what they pull out and what they bring. But back to that documentary that Andrew was just talking about. It is important to tell the story.
Indeed it is, and we will talk a bit more about that coming up. But I think Body of Christ and the Wild, Wild West ready to make their 2026 debut here on Bay Street. Let's take it down to the square.
Was the Body of Christ Crusaders with their depiction of the Wild Wild West. And if you know anything about Click in another version, they are all about the 242. We have a package put together for you where they show a young entrepreneur and how they are about to take over the world. Take a look.
So Bahamian culture has shaped me in a lot of different ways. Especially when it comes to Kalik as a brand. They've used such an iconic piece of our Junkanoo experience to build a brand around that, and being able to do the same thing with food, and as a culinary ambassador of the Bahamas, I feel like I'm contributing to the culture. So each time we are innovating here at the New Duff, we try to think about better ways to serve duff dough. And we also simmer our ginger pork with the Kalik Radler guava so that it has that sweet kick at the end. And I lived in Singapore for 6 years as a chef, and I learned how to make these Chinese steamed dumplings. And I figured out, hey, I could actually make duff in the same technique. A lot of people think the new duff is foreign to them, but actually the new duff is really just the old duff packaged in a smaller package. So think a cake to a cupcake. Grand Bahama really is a larger menu of the new duff. People think of duff as a dessert, and I wanted to really expand my menu to a full offerings of breakfast sandwiches, bao buns, cinnamon rolls, everything, of course, made with this traditional dough. And why not take it to the world? So I'm opening up in Toronto, and my plan is to have a few of these locations across North America by the end of 2025. To me, the whole culture in my hands, it's taking a beloved recipe, creating a restaurant from it, and creating a movement. What's my favorite Kalik? It's Kalik Cool. It's the perfect thing to just relax and chill out with friends. lot of people ask me how I built this brand, how do I get overseas, how did you do this? I would say, figure out what you want to be famous for. And I'm not talking about celebrity famous. I mean, what do you want to, how do you want to affect culture? What's in your hands and what can you take forward?
And so many sponsors helped to bring us to Bay tonight, and one of them is Click. Joining us now from Click, we have Arami Ford, the Sales Capability Manager at CBL. Happy New Year, friend!
Happy New Year. Now, before we begin, I must give my sincere condolences to the family at the Broadcasting Corporation and the family of Tanya Smith Cartwright. She was an amazing person, and I am deeply saddened by her passing, so I just really wanted to get that out.
Thank you so much for this acknowledgement. Yeah,
yeah,
thank you.
Very kind. And Tanya, an avid Junkanoo as well.
Yes, avid. She was an amazing person. I mean, anyway. Happy New Year to you guys.
Happy New Year.
Well, we'll be right back to get into what Click is doing, how Click is always all about. Yes, all about Junkanoo.
Big things. 16 ounces worth of big
we'll hear all about those big things right after this break.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture.
Welcome to Paradise Games, where exceptional service meets the ultimate gaming experience. Our dedicated team is here to make every visit a win.
Now this is paradise.
This is more than just a place to play.
Now this is paradise.
It's where excitement meets world-class service.
Now this is paradise.
Now this is paradise.
Come experience it for yourself. Now this is paradise.
Hon, it's asking for your password.
Huh?
You were logged out. I need the password.
BR.
What's the rest?
BRANDI, the number 4, EVER?
Who's Brandy?
We're like the password that isn't your ex-girlfriend's name. CG Atlantic. Good like that.
I should have changed it.
You should have.
You're right.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Immigration Care Services, CG Atlantic, Sun Oil Limited, J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, Janae's Uniform and Embroidery, Fidelity Bank Bahamas, and Easy Car Sales.
Now it's time to see how the Conquerors for Christ are gonna bring it to Bay with their theme, God Loves the World. We'll see their depiction of how God loves China, how God loves Germany, America, Costa Rica, Turkey, the Ivory Coast, and of course, our Caribbean nations. Let's toss it to Bay. for Christ, reminding us that God so loves the world. The music sounds good, though. What y'all feeling? Y'all doing a little one, too, or is just me dancing here?
Oh, yeah. It's short and sweet. I mean,
yeah.
I guess that's kind of a good thing because we're seeing less of a lull.
Yes.
The flow of the parade seems to be moving a bit smoother, a lot faster this week versus last week. We saw several more delays or longer delays last week. So that seems to be a vast improvement this morning.
Yes, and still here with us on the broadcast, we have Aramy Ford from CBL. Aramy, welcome back to the show.
So much, thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Yes.
And Happy New Year again to you.
Thank you. So Kalik has big things. I don't know if your viewers have seen it already, but Kalik is out with a new innovation. Kalik 16-ounce cans. And so we realized that what we have in the bottle is just not enough if you're thirsty, right? So we're going to give you more of that beautiful golden liquid to enjoy. So now you can have Kalik in a 16-ounce can, just more beverage for you to love.
And how good did we do with the placing? Because right over your shoulder hangs your Kalik banner. I mean, it worked out perfectly for television.
That's right.
Shout out to our producers, huh?
And if that weren't enough, right behind us, Kalik's big old food. I mean, that's where the party's at.
That is where the party's at. Everybody want to get in there. Sometimes I try not to lock eyes with people that I may know. Because they're like, how do I get up there? Like, what am I doing? You know, but we're really happy to be a part of this cultural experience. Of course, the name Kalik is woven in the tapestry of Junkanoo, right?
Yes.
That's the sound of the cowbells. And so wherever there's a cultural event, whether it's Junkanoo, a homecoming, a regatta, Kalik is going to be there. We're happy to invest in Bahamian culture, and we're just a part of the Bahamian tapestry and culture.
And it's something you've done for so many years.
Yes.
You've always found new creative ways to really celebrate Bahamian culture, showcase Bahamian culture.
Absolutely.
I mean, we can hear it in the clickling of the cowbells. That click, 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 right? So your name is there, like you said, in the tapestry of who we are. Why do you find it so important to just keep that going and keep Bahamian culture alive and well?
Well, because everything, this country is what fuels our business, right?
Yeah.
It's Bahamians and Bahamians from Long Island, Inagua, Grand Bahama, Abaco, wherever you are, whether you are Saxon, Valley, Presbyterian, or Baptist, these are the people that invest in our business, and we just want to be here to give back. Some of that profitability, it belongs to the Bahamian people, so we invest heavily in Bahamian culture, and we're proud to do so.
I feel like we're friends now, so I hope it's okay if I call you Aramy.
Absolutely.
But Kalik's ongoing support for Junkanoo, I mean, ongoing.
Yeah.
You know, tell me, what does Kalik plan to do going forward to keep this support?
So, I mean, we have, if I'm not mistaken, we've signed a 4-year agreement with the government, but we renew it every year. Like, we're not going anywhere, right? But every now and then we have to adjust our agreement to suit whatever the current needs are. And so, for now, we're in it for 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. With regattas and homecomings, same thing. We're at every regatta. We're definitely at the National Regatta, the Harbor Island Regatta, Long Island, wherever Bahamianization is. We're going to be at the Salty Fest, at the Pineapple Fest, at the Crab Fest, wherever there are Bahamians celebrating Bahamianization. We're supporting Bahamian recording artists, right? We have a Bahamian recording artist coming out with a big party later on in the year, next year, and we are going to be there. So wherever you see celebrations of who we are as Bahamians, Kalik is going to be there.
And Kalik has done such a wonderful job at really showing that, you know, it is inextricably linked to Bahamian culture.
Absolutely.
You know,
it's the
being Bahamian means the Kalik in hand.
The Bahamas. And whatever your flavor, like if you have a strong heart, a brave heart, and you want Kalik Gold, we got that for you. If you want a nice Kalik Light to just lay on the beach in the sun, we have that. If you're one of the ladies and you don't want much alcohol, but you want a lot of flavor, we have rattlers with all the flavors. We just had our innovation of lychee this year. And so whatever you are, wherever you come on the spectrum, Kalik is going to have something for you. And for our sister brand, our mother brand, Kalik,
We now have it in 16-ounce cans, so you just have more liquid to enjoy.
I should point out, I'm a collect gold fan.
I got to stick a pin right here because I just pulled up my Twitter to make a note that Ocho Cinco has been posting all day about Junkanoo, right? And now I'm hearing that Vaughn is downstairs with an interview with him. Vaughn, I am jealous. I am upset, and I want to run down there. What's Ocho Cinco saying?
Well, I can tell you one thing. I don't know what this gentleman has on his shape, but he has... Victor, I want you to get a shot of what's on his shirt. Bahama Valley Boys. With me, Chad Ocho Cinco Johnson from Florida, but his grandfather was a Bahamian from Bimini. Tell us your grandfather's name.
James Neville Flowers. He passed away in 1994, but I've been coming here since 1983.
How you get to be a Valley Boys?
Man, I saw Valley years ago, and ever since, it's been in my belly.
You ain't have too much exposure. He doesn't have too much exposure. Welcome again to the Bahamas. What's it like being back?
Listen, I consider this home. I consider it home every time I get a chance. You know, I come back home. Most of the time, I do so much work during football season, so the only time I get to come back is New Year's. So, listen, the people are awesome. I mean, I can't even put it into words how great this place is. So, if I'm ever to leave Miami, this would be where I move.
Indeed, he spent 14 years in the NFL, mostly with the Cincinnati Bengals. But perhaps I want you to know, I don't know if you know, there's a guy called V.J. Edgecombe, who's also from your island, Bimini. He's in the NBA with the Philadelphia 76ers.
Okay. I didn't know that. There you
go. In terms of what can be done to introduce more Bahamians to what we do, to give them exposure to what you got and what VJ is getting, what's your suggestion?
I mean, really word of mouth. Word of mouth is the best way to get things passed along on how great this city is. All the islands you can visit, the people are beautiful, the businesses. From an economical standpoint, I mean, word of mouth is the best thing you can do. Yeah.
What's your trip been like here now?
Oh, it's been awesome. It's been great. I mean, again, like I said, this is home to me, and I always rotate the same restaurants, the same places, so it's fun.
So you're a Biminite. You never get a licking. You never get a licking until you go down to Bimini. Have you been to Bimini?
Of course.
What's your impression of Bimini? What do you remember about Bimini? You know, the birthplace of your grandfather.
You know what? It's been so long. Matter of fact, you know how we got to Bimini? Remember Chalks Airlines?
Chalks Airline.
That's how we used to get here a long time ago. That's how long it's been. So I haven't been in Bimini in so long. It's been a minute.
So Chad Ocho Cinco, former NFL player, give your New Year's greeting to Bahamians everywhere. And remember, we are all over the world. In the 700 islands and all over the world. Talk to them.
Listen, to all my Bahamians, I love you. I thank you for always welcoming me with open arms. Have a great New Year, and I'll see you next year.
Thank you very much. That's Chad Ocho Cinco. Yeah, we learned Spanish in the government high school. Then look here. God bless you. So, Chimanita, here's an NFL player who has Bahamian roots and who wishes the best for the Bahamas. Back to you.
Well, Jiminita is taking a much-needed and much-deserved break right now, but it's Ianthea and Corvell here. And listen, I wanted that interview, and I believe him when he says he will be back next year. He always bigs up the Bahamas, talks about his love for Junkanoo and the Valley Boys. I mean, it's like he's almost like an unofficial ambassador, I would say. But Arame, to see people like Chad Ocho Cinco Johnson, former NFL player, really speak to our culture in that way, really share our culture on his public platforms, on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. What does that say about what we're doing, and how does Click see itself in there?
I love that about us as a people. We are unique. I mean, we are so unique. Like, we're the only people I know go to the bush for medicine, right? We go on the fence if we get a cold. If your friend telling you something really sweet, you say, shut up, shut your mouth. And then, when I was in college and I say, shut up, my roommate would shut up. No, right? She'd stop talking, but it's like, no, keep talking. This is the uniqueness about us. And I just think I just love the way we talk. I love the way we act. I love our culture. And I love the way the world is beginning to recognize who we are and embrace just that, One thing about Bahamians, I realized that we don't feel a need to adjust who we are as a people to be accepted. Junkanoo, for me, for a long time, I've been very critical of the fact that this is our little secret. Like, it's not like, Carnival in Trinidad or Rio, where, it's open. Junkanoo is our little secret. And if you want to come and enjoy it, that's fine. But this is for us, and this, this we. And this is how we do it. We're beginning to, open it up a little bit, but, our guests can't get on the road and participate. So when the Kalikas come down, Kalikas in performing this morning or last week. But when the Kalikas come down, we always open up the road to anybody who want to jump in the line with us, because that's what Kalika is about, embracing, celebration, and good times. So for everybody in the family, just like our Bahamian family, if you want some gold, if you want regular Kalik, if you want rattler, we got you. And I just think that's who we are as a people. And even with this parade, with all of the fighting and war that's going on right now during the performance season, off season, it's all about love.
Yeah.
We only get to war when we line up and then we go back home and we talk about it, we brag about it. But, I just love who we are as a people. And I love the fact that, celebrities come here and they don't feel bombarded, they don't feel unsafe, and they're embraced by Bahamian people and they embrace our culture. And I absolutely love that.
And we can see on the screen now the fancy dancers are lining up with their theme, What a Mighty God We Serve. They said the celebration unfolds as a vivid tapestry of divine miracles. So we'll see those popular Bible stories like turning water into wine, feeding of the 5,000, raising of the dead, giving sight to the blind. Who'll be in the church tonight? Oh, good.
I didn't. I left space for people who don't get to church all year. On New Year's Eve, you can't find space to sit. So I'm at worship every Sunday morning.
So you left the space for them.
Yeah, I left room for them. God knows my heart. I have a relationship with him.
Listen to you. So we are going to see the fancy dancers take us to church tonight, with their depiction of what a mighty God.
The same thing, take us to church.
Listen, a lot of church.
We had 3 Wild Wild West. And now we're going to have 2 churches.
2 churches. Well, this is the night for church, for those of us who went to watch night services. So definitely I'm excited to see what the fancy dancers are going to do.
We got a $20,000 donation from the Lincoln deal and partners. So I've been covering this group a little bit, so I've taken
So you're excited.
So I'm wishing the fellas out there well. There are 2 11-year-olds who I met the other day, and they were just amazing. Ron Johnson and Julian Mackey, both 6th graders at Uriah Mackey. So I cannot wait to see them.
I'm impressed that you remembered them.
All right, so we're going to toss it to a quick break right now. We'll be back with the fancy dancers.
Possible by Kalik, the Bear of the Bahamas, Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, Sand Dollar, Digital Bahamian Dollar, Atos Holdings, Wendy's, Bahamas Air, and Paradise Games.
Bahamas, it's time to drum up, cheer, and win with Shell. Just spend $20 at any of our 13 Shell participating stations, and you are entered to win. This Christmas, you could walk away with Junkanoo tickets, New Year's Eve VIP concert tickets, grocery gift certificates, travel escapes, or even free fuel for an entire year, valued at $5,000. We are giving away prizes every week, so drum up, cheer, and win with Shell. Promotion ends January 9th, 2026.
Make your company representative stand out through an embroidery design on your uniforms from Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road. Janae's utilizes the latest state-of-the-art embroidery technology to monogram large and small quantities of shirts, caps, bags, and other articles. If you don't already have a digitized logo, Janae's can design and digitize your idea and bring it to life. Then install the logo of your choice from their large selections of 27 stock colors of golf shirts in cotton or dry fit, caps, or workwear. Call 394-8385 or 6 or visit www.janays.com.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture.
Parade. We'll toss it now to Bay, where the fancy dancers will bring to life what a mighty God we serve. The fancy dances with What a Mighty God We Serve. Your thoughts, Corbell?
You know, this is a group that has been around now 32 years. They finished third last week, and I think they hit all the right notes this morning. We saw a bit of the Garden of Eden. We saw just some great elements out of Scripture and some good music to go along with it. And again, it's still a small group. It's a big group, but with some young players. But I think, you know, they did a good job executing their theme here this morning.
What do you think, Army?
I think it was good organization, good presentation for a B group. There's some B groups that come out just a little step above what we saw just now, but I think they are doing very well. And I'm excited to see what's behind them. But I have to say that I am really impressed with the flow of the parade this morning. Last week for me was tragic. And, you know, as I look down the road, every time I go past, I could see costumes in a group down the road, and so there's hope. You know, I feel like the parade is carrying along, and I'm really happy about that. So clearly the parade management team got together and figured something out to get, you know, the parade moving.
Yeah.
And our Vaughn Aubrey, who's our resident.
I gotta stick a pin on that note, because our hope, Shelly Ann, you know, she's been out all night traversing the streets, talking to the people, and I hear she has a package for us. Let's see what she's been up to.
And thank you so much, Jim Anita. Folks, we are still through Parliament Street, and right now we are at Melbourne Hepburn's stall. And guess what you can find? If you are a Valley fan, we got you. If you're looking for something to represent the Saxons, they've got one family. There's the Genesis Warriors over there. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. You need a whistle? Woo! They got that for you, too. Now, I know it's a little chilly out here, so what you might want to do is come and get a hat to represent whichever it is that you are pulling for as it relates to this 2026 New Year's Junkanoo. And we've got other stuff, too, other tricks, as they call them, stuff that light up. Look here, things that spin around. You name it, it is all here. And it's all through Parliament Street, right at Melbourne Hepburn's stall. Listen, when I tell you they got it all, they got it all. Whistles in every color, even lime green. Okay? So when you want to represent whoever it is that you're pulling for this 2026 Junkanoo Parade, this is where you stop. You get yourself regaled, and then you are ready for Junkanoo.
Thank you so much, Hope. I love to see it. More merch. When we're talking about the business of Junkanoo, like, we need more merch, right? I saw the chains there, some whistles there, but how can we now take this and really make it a business? Because I wouldn't mind wearing, like, a bomber jacket, a hat, but I don't really see them around. Have you all been seeing, like, merch from the groups?
Not really. I mean, the Kalikas got merchandise, and we give it out for free. It's not for sale, but no. And I think we do need to find a way to really commercialize Junkanoo to a place where the burden is not so much on the government and the few sponsors that we have supporting this parade. My son is, well, he's 30 now, but when he was a baby boy, I guess he started rushing when he was about 4 years old. And Quentin Barabbas Woodside is his godfather, right? And he has a Junkanoo shop. So I would go to the shop, and if something costs $100, he'll say, give me 30, or he'll say, give it to the boy free, right? So from free and half price, I spent $400 myself on a 5-year-old to get him ready for the parade, which is ridiculous.
Wow.
And he's 30 now, so that's a long time.
Yeah.
Just, to get him pretty. So I know Junkanoo is a very, very expensive, program for people that participate. And a lot of participants, they go to the bank every year to borrow money to go to the parade. People lose their jobs, they lose their marriages, they lose their health over this parade, and it's a labor of love. And we do it just to brag,
literally
just to brag and to look pretty on the parade route. So if there's a way that we could monetize this thing, figure out how people could get some of this money back or fund it without going in their personal pockets, that would be amazing. I don't know the answer, but I think we spend a lot too much on Junkanoo as individual participants. But it's not going to stop. I mean, it's something that we love, and this is bigger than any one person, right? As we see with the two groups coming down the road, one just passed and one on the way. It's even bigger than the Valley Boys.
Definitely.
So Junkanoo is going to survive. We will continue, but we really do need to find a way where this could be less burdensome on the participants.
I definitely agree. And we can see now Sting coming up the square. So we're going to toss it now to them to see what they're going to bring to Bay. And there you see it. We just saw Sting make their way through Bay, and now we're seeing Spanky and Friends. The fun groups are definitely having a whole lot of fun this morning. And like I said earlier, I just love the energy that they bring. They ain't care about nothing. They ain't worrying about no points. They just here to have a good time and enjoy some Bahamian culture.
Exactly.
But these fun groups are important to the entire parade, right? We know that they're not doing it for bragging rights and the win and all that stuff, but they're here to really help move the parade along. And I think when they show up, like, the atmosphere kind of changes because there's no competition anymore. They're just here to have some fun, right?
Celebrate the spirit of Junkanoo. I mean, with the big groups, it's all about competition. And so if someone jumps in the line and they're not completely dressed properly, those marshals would like to kill them to get them out the line because, you know, there's penalties and all that. Right now, all these people are doing it. They're going down the road. They're going down the road. They're celebrating the spirit, the history of Junkanoo, and they're just having fun. And it's all about just celebrating life. We're in 2026. Can you believe it?
Wow.
And people just want to celebrate. And Kalik want to be there for the celebration. Of course, the Kalikas didn't come down last
What
week.
happened, Arami? What happened?
Coming down this morning.
What happened?
We had a little breakdown in our shop. we had a little breakdown in our shop, a little miscommunication. But we can fix that. We can fix that. But we're here. The Kalik is on here, but Kalik is here.
Yes.
Kalik is here in the can, so there's a no bottle zone. It's here. We've been in the shacks with the groups as they prepare for the parade. You know, we are there. And in the morning when you're a little tired and you're having your boiled fish or your chicken
I can taste it now.
Have you Kalik? I hope you fall asleep. So Kalik is going to be with us. We missed this season, but we will be out next Boxing Day parade, and I invite you all to come and join us.
And that's one thing about when we line up. We are open for any Bahamian that wants to join, any visitor that wants to join in the line. We got the cowbells and the drums, and we just have a really great time.
And just a note about these fun groups as well. I think, you know, one of the things, their presence is really appreciated at the New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade because the energy level is a lot different. Fewer people show up even for the groups, and so to have that entertainment in between, it really helps with the flow of this parade. So the fun groups, you have brought it, and I think they're crowd pleased on.
Yes, definitely. Well, Arame, thank you so much.
It was such a joy
time with us.
You guys.
Yes.
Everybody I wish you all a blessed 2026. Again, my condolences to you, but I mean, let's just continue. I wish you God's health.
Thank you. You too.
Wealth, prosperity to the Broadcasting Corporation and all your members. I know the way forward coming now. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
Well, I have my thoughts.
I think Corbell and I are going to take you up on that offer to join the Collectors.
Absolutely, and we'll dress you. Collectors, the bill to give you a costume, a cowbell, or a drum, whatever you need. And of course, some cold collect all the way down the road.
And thank you for remembering Tanya.
Yes,
we really appreciate it.
thank you so much.
Really
amazing
appreciate
person.
That.
Thank you.
Have a good morning.
Thank you.
Happy New Year. All the best.
Well, we see some activity coming up, Bay, you guys. Don't change the channels. Don't cut the stream just yet. We'll be right back.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Click, the Bear of the Bahamas, Bahamas Striping Group of Companies.
Hello? Hi, this is Roger from Fidelity Bank. We've detected a possible breach on your account, so we've placed a temporary hold on pending transactions. Huh? Please check your email and give me your one-time password to confirm.
Ain't nothing happening. Whoa! Remember, Fidelity will never ask for your account details. If in doubt, contact us first. Fidelity Bank, protecting what matters most.
Fidelity, we're good for you.
You've heard of electric cars. Now it's time you drive one. Easy Car Sales welcomes you to experience the power and prestige of the latest electric vehicles. Plug in at home for a 65% discount off your gas bill and never get stuck at the pump again. Build your dreams of a better future with a better car, the BYD EV. Visit easy242.com to book your free test drive today. Save your money while driving in style, only at Easy Car Sales.
It's a Holy Frosty Christmas, and Wendy's and Coke is bringing the chill. This year, when you upgrade any Wendy's combo to a large, you can instantly win big with the Upgrade and Win Christmas giveaway. We're talking travel gift cards, gadgets, holiday treats, and prizes that make your Holy Frosty Christmas shine. Just upgrade your favorite lunch combo, scan the QR code on your receipt to enter, and let the holiday magic begin. Enjoy great tasting food and win big this Christmas with Wendy's and Coca-Cola's Upgrade and Win. Rules and restrictions apply.
Well, this year we decided to double the amount that we did last year, and the company decided to take on that amount because we saw the need. Each year we do it, we get persons that call after the fact to ask if their company can be a part of it, their organization can be a part of it. So 30,000 was a no-brainer.
It is a joy to have this at the first time, and this is also my first Thanksgiving here at Columbus Primary School. I was recently deployed here, and so when I heard the initiative, I was overwhelmed to know that these students here at Columbus Primary School will have a meal, a healthy meal that is, to put a smile on their faces.
Going to the different locations, you can feel the excitement of the teachers, the kids, the volunteers. One of the things that makes this program work, you have individual volunteers. You have Rotary, you have Kiwanis Club, you have individual person. And this is what makes the program work. It's not Bahamas Striping Group of Company by itself. What makes the Let's Make a Different program works is every individual, rather business person or company, or just an individual who wanted to help make our country better. And this is what Let's Make a Difference about, where one individual can help make a difference in our country.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture.
And as we welcome you back to our coverage of the 2026 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade, we have brought it back to Bay. Corbell Piper, my Anthea Ferguson, here in the booth. I hope you are having yourselves a wonderful morning. And once again, we say Happy New Year to you. Listen, we have a lot of sponsors that help make this broadcast possible for us. And one of those, a sponsor that just does an amazing job for us for the parade, Bahamas Air. And with us is Bahamas Air's sales and marketing exec, Deshaun Roll. Let me start by saying, my good friend, good morning and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Same to you.
I want to start, first of all, you were here with us last week. I saw you last week. How's this morning going?
Much better. Much better. It's good. Yeah.
When you say much better, are you talking about the flow of the parade?
Yeah, the flow of the parade. And the mere fact that it wasn't so early.
For those not watching the broadcast last week that may have missed out on our conversation, Bahamas Air, boy, you guys are keeping busy over there, aren't you? Talk to us about some of the new initiatives going on over at the National Flag Carrier.
Okay, well, definitely November, what I would consider was a banner month. We extended our direct connectivity from the Family Islands to the U.S., particularly Orlando and Fort Lauderdale. So now residents residing in Freeport can fly direct. Listen to their cry. And of course, our slogan says we don't just fly here, we live here. So our people's concern is our concern. So top-tier management thought it necessary that as we continue to thrive on service and safety, that we expand our services with the Family Islands to the U.S.
And, I'm glad that you mentioned your team just now, because I tell you, I flew Bahamas Air several times this past year, and the service that you get from your team members, I'm talking about from the check-in counter to boarding, it is just spectacular, and I think that's worth noting. So let's say Happy New Year to all of your colleagues over at the National Flag Carrier.
Happy New Year to all, and not just in Nassau, to the Family Island. We have awesome team members on the Family Islands that do an excellent job servicing our passengers, and we're very grateful to have such great talent in the organization.
Well, I know you're going to stick around for us for a little bit, right?
Of course.
And as we all know, as you know, as the world knows, nobody covers a Junkanoo parade quite like ZNS can do it, right? So we took some time right before these parades to go into the shacks to see the feel, to listen to what the people were doing and saying. We did that with the Valley Boys. Let's take a look.
It is very simple. We're proud to be Bahamians, so Bahamian or nothing, period. And so that is the element of surprise, that we are Bahamian, so expect the best of the best. We are an organization that is full of structure, accountability, and transparency. So when we sit down with the executive team and our designers, as you can see behind me, we come together, we collaborate. This is not a one-man team. We've been doing it long enough to know that we have the bounce ideas of each other to make it happen. So that's how come we came up with the team, Bahamian or nothing. Valley Boys has been established and is the oldest group on Bay Street. We've been so proud to have so much young persons such as myself come up through the chains of the Valley Boys. And we have no problems when they go out to other groups and share the talent elsewhere. But the most importantly, they now coming back home to bring the talent back home so we can produce that next generation of innovation of the Valley Boys as the future for the Valley Boys continues.
All right, welcome back. This is the 2026 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade, and we are still here, still trucking it. I see my watch. Jesus, after 6 a.m.
So the sun will be coming up any minute now.
Yes, yes. So, Nashawn, we just were talking about a little bit about Bahamas Air and all the work that you're doing. I know I had an interview with you earlier this year, and you were talking about that flight into Trinidad coming up in February. So you're finding a way to get Bahamians there.
Oh, yeah.
What's the way to get them here for Junkanoo this December and next year, January?
Well, listen, we're going to strategize that. And the same strategy that we're using with advertising and marketing, we're going to do it regionally. so that now they can come to the Bahamas and really have a taste of what we have to offer. So they could collect in the air.
Let's talk real quickly about the partnership with Emirates, which allows Bahamians to get even further and get people to come from further here to our country as well.
Well, listen, it's what I consider a strategic partnership with Emirates and Bahamas Air. So what it does, it makes travel seamless with one ticket. So once you travel, of course, the hub is Miami or Orlando. So once you book in Nassau, check in, you don't have to worry about your baggage, none of that sort of stuff. You just check straight through. It's an interline agreement that we have with the Emirates International Airline. So once you fly on the wonderful air carrier, our pride and joy, from Nassau to Orlando or Miami, and then you could do your connection to Asia, Africa, the Middle East. So, you know, we ain't just limited now to just Florida.
What is Florida?
I think everybody understands.
Yes.
Right. So now what we're doing is expanding, and what it is it's a strategic, I want to say, connection with the region, whereas now we are making travel to the utmost part of the world, if you will.
The utmost?
The utmost.
So I can get to Dubai a lot easier now. Listen, because it was stress getting there a couple of years ago.
You know, right? So definitely we're excited about that, and we look forward to how that will definitely evolve in 2026.
Wow.
And are you looking to extend this partnership to other airlines as well, or just Emirates right now?
Well, for right now, just Emirates. But of course, we are in the business industry, and service expansion is imminent. So I'm sure as our next business day, which will be Monday, boots will be on the ground, executive management, board members, they will definitely be around the table discussing the way forward to further service, further market the Bahamas with our fly carrier, providing direct connectivity throughout the region.
Friday is not a holiday, by the way.
Oh, yeah, Friday.
Well, maybe just take the day off, Exactly.
Monday.
Exactly, just take the day off anyway. But beyond new routes, right, what other exciting plans, campaigns we can expect from you in 2026?
Definitely Bahamas Air, the slogan, we don't just fly, we live here. And I don't want to sound cliche, but it's really true.
Yeah.
So, of course, like Junkanoo, we were proud sponsors, and we set our presence with other civic organizations to further promote the Bahamas, to further build the Bahamas and the communities at large.
Have you been to Dubai?
I haven't. So
you got to keep up with this
Listen.
Listen, this is quite an extensive list of cities around the world that she's been to, so go on.
Whatever. But as we see on our screen right now, this is the world famous, right?
This is the world famous. 1950. No,
this is the Valley Boys. Yes. Wayboard Valley Boys with their depiction, Bahamian or Nothing, a lyrical expression of Bahamian culture. They say this year, the Valley Boys Junkanoo Group proudly presents Bahamian or Nothing, a celebration of our songs, our sayings, our folklore, and legendary cultural figures. So we'll be hearing and seeing things like the biggest box in the world, I'm a Boatman, a Seaman, the song that took over 2025.
An explosion of Bahamian.
Yes, definitely.
So a lot of things that we should all be able to relate to. Your thoughts quickly on the way forward Valley Boys. I know you have a personal
favorite.
But what do you think about the Valley Boys? The Valley Boys, the way forward. You saw Trevor Davis on just a few minutes ago talking about what we can expect here this morning. The way forward finished second last week.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we're going to toss it down right now to see exactly how they're performing on Bay. Let's take a look.
Yes, the crowd is now taking in the Valley Boys' Way Forward and their theme, Bahamian or Nothing, a lyrical expression of Bahamian culture. And you see as the Valley Boys Way Forward were performing, so came the sun. We've now entered into the daylight hours of this first day of this brand new year, 2026, the New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. Hey, it's time for shout-outs. And first of all, we want to say a shout-out to our folks who've been watching on Shirley Street. There's a big old jumbo screen there. And so we say, hey, Happy New Year to you folks out on Shirley Street. We know that's a terrific energy over there, too. So we're glad to have you with us. We have also got to send a shout-out to all of our viewers watching us, streaming us on YouTube. I am told that we are right now up to 4,000 viewers on YouTube this morning, and we're pretty thrilled about that. All right, now, pay close attention to this one, because we want you to celebrate the season with Bring It to Bay, live here on the ZNS Network. All right, so you want to know how to enter. Here is how you enter. Tag your friends and family in the comments during this live broadcast, and the person with most tags will win a festive basket. Keep tagging and sharing, and you could be our lucky winner. This giveaway is courtesy of Commonwealth Brewery Limited and the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. So good luck to you all, and remember, tag a friend right now.
Well, just like ZNS and CBL to come together to give our people something special, you know, for the holidays. But remember that we are the only Bahamian TV station that provides live coverage of Junkanoo to Flow subscribers. The only one and only Bahamian TV station to provide live coverage of Junkanoo to Flow subscribers in the Turks and Caicos Islands. So thank you all so much for tuning in, for watching with us, for staying up with us with Corvette. Like you said, the sun is coming up.
It's up.
And you know how I feel? Hungry.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yes, we're going to toss it to LaDawn now. I think she's going to whet our appetites a little bit with a little package for us. LaDawn, what are you having? What are you eating?
Jimmy, there's always a long line of Bahamians waiting for a bite to eat before they get to see their favorite Junkanoo group rush and or perform on Bay Street. Now I'm joined by one of the side vendors who's been out here from the Boxing Day Parade. Now she's here for the New Year's Day Parade, Miss Maria DeVoe. Maria, talk us a little bit about business and what are some of the items you're selling out here this evening?
Business is beautiful. It's like when the Junkanoo pass, it dies down, and after that it get crowded again. Now we sell wings, we sell hot dogs, chips, snacks, drinks, water. They all sell.
What are the popular items persons are purchasing?
Hot dogs and wings.
What actually, I guess, gave you that boost to come out here for the New Year's Day?
What gave me the boost is just to sell stuff and water to keep the people hydrated and other stuff, you know, feed them, and that's all I have to say.
And I'm sure you're dancing while you're hearing the Junkanoo.
Oh, yeah, of course, of course.
So tell us. So tell us, who's your favorite Junkanoo group?
On the spot. Okay.
Let me know.
My favorite group is Roots. My favorite, yes.
They're coming out last on New Year's Day. How do you think they'll do?
I think they'll do well because they have time to rest. So I think they'll do well. They'll come out strong. Okay? So I'm waiting on them to pass. Okay, so I run to the road and listen and dance. Okay?
Maria, thank you so much, and all the best to you and your workers out here as you continue to provide food for our Bahamians. Thank you so much. Well, she's a Roots fan, and I'm sure you know what type of fan I am, Jimmy. Back to you.
So, chicken wings or hot dogs?
Chicken wings.
Chicken wings?
Yeah, chicken wings, definitely.
Now I'm going to go for the hot dog. I'm a hot dog girl. Yeah.
John Rowe from Bahamas there is still with us.
And hungry like us.
Very much. Is the sauce ready yet?
Hey, do you keep the same energy level once the sun comes up? Because, you know, the energy level tends to change.
When you turn on lights for Bahamians.
I'm a morning person, so I'm normally at my best in the morning now.
Okay.
Coming towards evening, then I tend to shut down. So I'm pretty okay.
You had a lot to say about the way forward before they came on. They did have some bumps along the way. There was some problems with the banner at the beginning.
I'm glad you said it and not I.
Oh, well, listen, I got to be honest.
But guess what? He was up dancing, though. I saw that, too.
Hey, I'm a Bahamian. and they sound good, you know?
But I think that's what the Valley Boys, whether it's the Way Forward or the World Famous, they're kind of known for a blend of choreography and good music. And so when you mesh those two together, then you see the Valley Boys at their best. And I think that's whether you're talking about either faction right there. So,
But you see, they got to start it off with a good old Bahamian concert.
And I wanted to touch on that.
Yes.
The Bahamians, all generations, they're now really, really embracing Bahamian music and really enjoying it. I mean, when Nishi came on Bay Street, you know, the whole place came alive. And then when the singing bishop came, you know, everybody felt like we was in church.
And I was going to say, our earlier guest, R&B 4, talked about you're seeing a lot of let's go to church. Well, again, you brought the singing bishop out, and so that was good thinking as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, a lot of. If you missed church last night, you're getting it today. You're getting it this morning on Bay Street.
Again.
Especially with the singing bishop. You had him singing his song. You had Ancient Man. Like you said, Nishi Ellis. You had Lil Giant. I mean, a lot of people really came
Lil
out
Giant,
to...
the DJ. Do you know Lil Giant, the DJ, Anthea?
I do not, but I learned about him tonight. I learned something new every day.
Thank goodness for the meet, all right? Thank goodness.
I was like, who? Okay, but I know him now. I got to put him on my radar.
Your radar.
But yeah, we saw the Valley Boys, the Way Forward with the lyrical expression of the Bahamian culture. They sounded good. The people were up. I saw the bleachers bouncing.
Yeah.
That's a good indication that, you know, the group that passed by did a great job. And I think we have some more Junkanoo coming up, colors coming up next, as well as Saxon and the Redland Soldiers.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot more. We still got a long ways to go, by the way, Anthea. So I understand we still got a long ways, so you ain't going anywhere just yet.
That's fine. I'm here for the long haul.
But our good friend, Mr. Energy, Vaughn Aubrey, he is bringing in the new year with us, and he's back in Rawson Square, so we want to toss it over to Vaughn right now. Take it, Vaughn.
Thank you very much, Corvell. But look here, Rawson Square, Bay Street has come alive. With me, Michael Foster, Executive Advisor to the Way Forward Valley Boys. Bay Street is alive.
Yeah, Bay Street is alive. We're happy to be here, and we've been through a lot in the last 2 years, and we're now recovering ourselves.
What that mean?
Well, basically, at the end of the day, you know, there was a lot of back and forth between the two organizations, and many of those persons on that side are on this side now. So, you know, we're still preaching the word accountability, transparency, fairness, right? I was the first chairman, and, you know, persons my age now has passed the group on to younger people. And you can see the kind of production we're producing now. We got the old and the new. We got the older fellas have come, you know, came back and so forth. So we're happy, and we set a goal in Boxing Day, you know. We set a goal, and the goal was, 1, we were going to beat the world famous. 2, we were going to beat the Saxons. And 3, we were going to win the parade. But, you know, one family was good. One family was very good.
There you go. Beat the world famous.
Beat the world famous into the ground.
Beat the Saxons.
Stop the 5.
But you couldn't stop one family.
Well, one family kind of like sneak in the ground.
There you go. So we'll await the results of today's New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. They have Michael Foster, Executive Advisor to the Way Forward Valley Boys. Bay Street is alive. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Back to you, Corvell. Back to you.
You know, it's been discussed and agreed on that next year we're putting Vaughn in the parade. Okay?
Right?
His energy level.
Too much energy.
I think he can have dual roles. I think he can interview as well as be a member of the parade.
I agree.
Hey, we want to take a moment here to say thank you to some wonderful people who help our broadcast be possible. And so we want to start by saying thanks to our sponsors, Collect, the Bear of the Bahamas, Sand Dollar, Digital Bahamian Dollar, Aedos Holdings, Wendy's, Paradise Games. We also want to say thank you to Bahamas Striping Group of Companies and CG Atlantic. A big thank you we must give to Immigration Care Services, Sun Oil Limited, J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, Janae's Uniform and Embroidery, Fidelity Bank Bahamas, and Easy Car Sales. You've all helped to make this live coverage of the excitement of Junkanoo possible. And, of course, the national flag carrier, Bahamas Air. Nishan Rolla is still with us. He's the sales and marketing exec for Bahamas Air. How you doing so far?
Good. I'm energized.
Energized. Now we have colors on the way. They're just beyond the mark there at Scotiabank. And this morning, they're going to be depicting a Bahamian Sunday.
Oh.
So think ice cream drives, think a day at the beach, think a night at the fish fry. We're going to really see them bring what a Bahamian Sunday looks like. So we're going to toss it to them now to see how they show off their Bahamian Sunday. Take it away, colors.
Colors Entertainment and Junkanoo Organization. That's one of the groups that never seems to disappoint. Really and truly a crowd favorite. And they put in chronological order what a Bahamian Sunday is like. Starting first, of course, with church for many Bahamians, and then on to the recreational activity, the water ski dock, and everything else that comes after that. A great performance there from Colors Entertainment and Junkanoo Organization. Well, we have Redland Soldiers right on their heels, and they're going to be presenting Give Peace a Chance. And, you know, with all that's going on in the world, you think of parts of the world where there's a lot of instability. Well, that will be the focus. So it will be calling for peaceful resolutions, conflict resolutions, an end to war. That's what we expect to see from Redland Soldiers. And we are going to take it right back to May because Redland Soldiers, they are now ready.
Gentlemen, the Saxons is on the air. Shout out to the line, shout out to the lick. And I gotta big up my friends. Bahamas striping. All the Saxons make some noise now. Saxons, are you ready? I want to say a big shout out to Alliance. People in Alliance celebrate 30 years here in the Bahamas, providing a reliable telecommunication service to the world. High speed
What are your expectations, Nishan, for the new year?
Great things. Continued prosperity, continued growth with Bahamas Air. Looking forward to being a banner year in all facets.
I love that.
Awesome,
I love that.
awesome.
Well, thank you so much for being with us this morning. You were a pleasure to have.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you for enjoying Junkanoo with us.
All right.
Happy New Year to you, and welcome back, Jimmy.
I know, right?
You had a good rest?
I did. And as you can see on your screen, the Saxons are in the background. They're making their way up the boulevard, but we're going to have all of that and more just after this short break. Stay with us.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Click, the Bear of the Bahamas, Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, Sand Dollar, Digital Bahamian Dollar, Atos Holdings, Wendy's, Bahamas Air, and Paradise Games.
The
The Parliamentary Registration Department wishes to inform the public that the National Voter Verification exercise is currently in progress. Verification confirms your voter details, reduces errors, and strengthens the integrity of the country's electoral system. Head to your nearest verification center with your Bahamian passport and your voter's card to get verified and be ready to cast your vote on Election Day. Your vote is your voice. One Bahamas, one vote, verified.
Here at Immigration Care Service, you can trust us, especially if you have experienced issues or problems with the U.S. immigration at the borders. We'll do our best to provide options and solutions to immigration roadblocks, so travelers can continue visiting the U.S. and residents can continue living their lives in the U.S. without worries. The best part? Our services are affordable and accessible. Take the mystery, confusion, and fear out of your immigration concerns. Contact Immigration Care Service today.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture.
Bay, a busy and exciting morning, Cynthia. A lot happening. I know everybody, all the Saxons fans are waiting to see what they bring to Bay.
And they are right there, right behind us.
Yes, they are. So, of course, their theme is Divine Battle for Salvation. And listen, as late as it is in the morning or early as it is in the morning,
look at it.
These people are waiting to see their favorite group. And listen, Saxons is what they want to see.
Yes, definitely. And we know Hope Shellyan has been at it all morning, getting her package together, speaking to the people on the street. So we're going to toss it now to see exactly what she came up with.
And we are here directly across from the British Colonial, right here in front of McDonald's. And we are with, of course, the legendary leader of the Saxon Superstars, Mr. Vola Francis. Happy New Year, Vola.
Happy New Year to you, Sugar.
Oh, listen, Vola. We want to talk a little bit about what it is that you guys are bringing to Bay Street this morning. What's your theme all about today?
Our theme is about the divine battle for salvation. When the Crusaders, back in the century of the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th centuries, when they had the war, Christian war, with the Christians and the Muslims, you know, and so the crusade really was a sort of taking of Jerusalem kind of thing. And that is where our head is this morning. We come to take our city of Jerusalem back.
Now, speaking of where your head is this morning, we know, Vola, that you guys are coming, you know, off of a disappointing third-place finish in the Boxing Day parade. What is the feeling as it relates to the Saxon Superstars about today? You guys are ready to win this one?
Well, you know us, right? We always kind of find a way to come back, you know. We go in one hole and then we come out another, you know. You don't know where we're coming out of. And so, you know, that's the kind of group we are. And I can tell you, they have some problems with the Saxons this morning. You better believe it.
Listen to me, Vola Francis. This is the national voice of the Bahamas. You're standing here with the one and only Hope Shellyan. We're getting ready for the start of this 2026 Boxing Day parade. And what do you want to tell Bahamians everywhere that are tuned in and watching Vola Francis and the Saxon Superstars?
I want to tell all the fans and all the family and friends and everybody to make sure you come down. This is a show. This is a movie that you just do not want to miss. And this is a movie that is high rated, okay? And come on out, come on down, join us, be here. I know sometimes it's a new year and a lot of people have other plans, but this is the place to be this morning, right here down on Bay Street, as you prepare yourselves to encounter the divine battle of salvation, the Crusaders.
Listen, as it relates to the Saxon Superstars and Vola Francis, you know that we like to see when you do a little shuffle. Do a little shuffle from a, do a little something. The Saxon Superstars are ready for this New Year's Day Junkanoo parade.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
She said it, the Saxons are ready. We can hear them. We can feel them. I can see the bleachers shaking behind me. Jimanita, you excited? Are you ready?
I am excited. I am ready. You know the Saxons is that group where they trash talk everybody. They have a lot to say. I know they won last year's parade for New Year's, so it's a lot on the line. I don't know if they're going to win. They were hoping for this old 60 that was knocked out on Boxing Day. As anybody's Junkanoo parade this morning, we will see what they do. Of course, their theme is Divine Battle for Salvation. So their lead costume is going to be a Chariot of Grace. The choreographed section is going to be female Knight Templars. The back line is the Crusaders, the Knight Templars, a battle. And so we're going to see a mix of all kinds of things. Christian, Crusaders, Warriors, the Answer, the Punisher, Wrath.
All of it.
Any number of things. And listen to me, the excitement is amping up here in Rawson Square, because these supporters who have been waiting patiently all morning for this group finally get an opportunity to see what they do and how well they shake. Because, you know, at a certain point, the persons in the bleachers just stand up and they just wait. And then when you see they like that music, they just can start bouncing.
But listen, the DJs are getting them fired up. Y'all may can hear it on the screen, but what we're feeling out here right now is kind of like electric, okay? Like, I ready to spin around and watch.
That's right.
They are getting ready to see the Saxons.
And we are definitely going to send it down to Bay 4, the Shell Saxon Superstars, Divine Battle for Salvation. Take a look. Saxon superstars definitely woke up Bay Street this morning with that performance. A lot of energy. But before we get into all of that and so much more, we're going to take a short break, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Click, the Bear of the Bahamas, Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, Sand Dollar, Digital Bahamian Dollar, Atos Holdings, Wendy's, Bahamas Air, and Paradise Games.
One day I told my grandpa, show me what being a Bahamian is all about, and I'll show the Bahamas to the world. Together, we show the world what it means to be Bahamian, and we celebrate with an ice cold Quebec. More than a bear, it's the spirit of the Bahamas. Click. It's in our hands.
Welcome to Paradise Games, where exceptional service meets the ultimate gaming experience. Our dedicated team is here to make every visit a win.
Now this is paradise.
This is more than just a place to play.
Now this is paradise.
It's where excitement meets world-class service.
Now this is paradise.
Now this is paradise.
Come experience it for yourself. Now this is paradise.
Hey man, where are you? Okay. You said 5 minutes. Anyone want dessert? Maybe he's stuck at the office?
Surprise!
Not yet, Carl.
Bro, I'm literally at the altar right now.
Relax. I'm almost there.
We're like the friend who isn't always late.
You have the rings.
CG Atlantic. Good like that.
For over half a century, we've been more than just an airline. We've been a bridge, connecting families, dreams, and memories across the islands and beyond. Behind every seat sold and every journey planned, there's a dedicated team committed to making air travel affordable and accessible to everyone. At Bahamas Air, we're not just building connections, we're building a safe and dependable airline where quality service is paramount and an excellent travel experience is our priority. Wherever you're going, we're here to take you there with care, with heart, and with the promise of unforgettable journeys. We are family, and just like family, we're committed to taking care of our own. Your Bahamas Air is our Bahamas Air, because here at Bahamas Air, we don't just fly here, we live here.
Bahamas, it's time to drum up, cheer, and win with Shell. Just spend $20 at any of our 13 Shell participating stations, and you are entered to win. This Christmas, you could walk away with Junkanoo tickets, New Year's Eve VIP concert tickets, grocery gift certificates, travel escapes, or even free fuel for an entire year, valued at $5,000. We are giving away prizes every week, so drum up, cheer, and win with Shell. Promotion ends January 9th, 2026.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance. Peace of mind.
Make
Make your company representative stand out through an embroidery design on your uniforms from Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road. Janae's utilizes the latest state-of-the-art embroidery technology to monogram large and small quantities of shirts, caps, bags, and other articles. If you don't already have a digitized logo, Janae's can design and digitize your idea and bring it to life. Then install the logo of your choice from their large selections of 27 stock colors of golf shirts in cotton or dry fit, caps, or workwear. Call 394-8385 or 6 or visit www.janae's.com.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture.
And we're back on Bay. And listen, it's just 3 minutes after 8. And Saxons did their thing a few moments ago. Bailey woke up Bay Street. Candanique is back. And we're also joined by Renita Claire from the Genesis Warhawks. Happy New Year to you, Renita. And good morning.
Hi. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
How you feeling?
Tired, but I'm here. I'm here.
Absolutely.
Tired, excited, thrilled.
Hawk up yourself.
You ready to hawk up yourself today?
Hawk up yourself. I hope you're ready.
You wives up? Because the people say I didn't understand what hawk up yourself mean. You may have to give them another explanation.
Hawk up yourself. You know, we're the Warhawks.
Right.
So hawk up yourself. Get with us. We come in. We come in.
Before we get into all of that, you know our Vaughn Albury has been roving all morning. So, of course, he has another outstanding interview with him. Vaughn, what you got for us?
Well, what I have for you is the leader of the Saxon superstar, Toby Austin. After a disappointing third, because most people say we were going for 6. Now, today, New Year's Day, your view of the performance.
Yeah, but you know, Saxon's a group that could bounce back, right? So after Boxing Day, that was a disappointment for us, right? We had some struggles, we had some challenges Boxing Day, but we said New Year's, we could bounce back. We did it before over and over again. So I see, and you were saying this morning that the Saxons has bounced back. We had energy, we had music, we had performance. So I think the group did very well this morning.
And synchronization, were you synchronized?
Yes, I think we were. The choreograph, the dances, the music, everything was synchronized. So I think we did a way better job than we did Boxing Day.
There you go. What do you think is the appeal of the Saxons when it comes to the Valley Boys? What is the appeal that makes people diehard Saxons?
Well, the Saxons been around from 1965. So we used to be a chunk group at the Valley, right? We've been around a little while. So, you never count the Wally out, not the Saxon. Yeah, the Wally gets some challenges right now, right? But you can never count them out. And the Saxon, we never scared them, we always ready.
So you are hopeful about the outcome of today?
Yes, I think we did a good job on our music, our performance, our choreograph. So I'm hopeful that at the end of the day, we'll end up on top.
There you go. Toby Austin, one of the leaders of the Shell Saxon Superstars, confident of today's performance, New Year's Day. Back to you, Jimelina.
Thanks so much, Vaughn. And Candanique, you're back. I know you wasn't gonna miss the Saxons. So give us your take on what you think you all did this morning.
I think that the Saxon Superstars redeemed themselves from last week. Last week's performance was flat at best. They came up this morning with gusto. They had blood in their eyes, and they wanted to prove a point. I do feel that when you get a good beating, it makes you come out a little bit more vigorous. And I think they came out this morning with vigor, with energy. The girls were robust. The back line was synchronized. The music was in tandem with what the theme was. We had costumes. We had a better banner than we did for New Year's. And if you're an objective Junkanoo or not a group Junkanoo person, you will say that this was the better of the 2 mornings.
Well, that sounds good, but I know we've been keeping you up to date all morning on what's been happening in the hole. And listen, that is the Genesis Warhawks that you're currently looking at on your screen. Their theme for this New Year's morning is Gathering of the Tribes, the great powwow, a celebration of Warhawks. Now, Renita, I know when you were here last week with us, you were talking about the fact that you're 10 years as an organization, you're celebrating. Yeah. What can we expect from the Warhawks this New Year's morning?
You can expect just that. It's a celebration. It's a celebration of our strength of our unity, of our impact to the community, of our growth, our togetherness. You know, challenges come, but we manage to overcome them. So you're going to see a celebration. Our members are excited, you know, even though it may have seemed like Boxing Day was disappointing, you know what? We knew what we had to do. And so you're going to see more costumes. The details on the costumes are just simply amazing. And may I say, I would have made a statement that 5 of your best, 5 of our best. Any group, 5 from any group against 5 of us, and we can hold our own. And in the off-the-shoulder category, we had 4 under the top 10. Not 1 or 2, 4. No other group had 4. And so we are holding our own, and we are coming back to show that that wasn't a mistake, that is actually what we are doing. That's where we are.
Well, you really sound like you hawking up yourself this morning. But Anthony, just remind our viewers again, we have been showing them what has been going on in the hall. For those who may just be waking up and joining the broadcast, just remind them what the hall is, how important it is to the overall rush on Bay.
So the overall essence of the parade starts in the hall. That's where we galvanize everybody from the fire, the girls from the room. We make sure that everybody is in the hall. You're in the front of the venue house, you're in front of the straw market. That is where the music starts. That is where the fanfare. You have the kunkalakas, the bellers, the drummers. Everybody is locked in. That is where the music begins. And that is the true essence of Junkanoo, because you don't have any bleachers. You just have raw Bahamians in that particular holding space, and they want the real essence of Junkanoo. So when you say you're in the hole, you're in the holding pattern, you're waiting to traverse the boulevard. And everybody waits for that anticipated moment. That is where you get your feed. That is where you get the pulse, if you will.
The momentum is set.
That's where you get everything right there. You get the juice in that hole.
And while we do have a shot of the hole, we do have to wait until the group gets a little bit closer so you can see all of the beauty and majesty of the costumes, hear the sound, feel it properly. So as they move up the boulevard and they get close enough, we'll definitely throw it down to you so we can all experience what the Warhawks has to offer. And as they've been saying from Boxing Day, they hawking up themselves. And Renita reminds us today that that continues. That's a continuous theme.
It definitely continues. It definitely continues. You know, we're building. You know, we're 10 now, but we're still in an infancy stage, so to speak, in comparison to the other A groups. And, you know, that's fine. We accept the challenge. We're going to continue to hawk up ourselves. You know, we're going to continue to try to be better than the parade before. And that's what we do. We come back from a parade, we look at what went wrong, look at what we can do better, and then we come in.
So what are you hoping to execute this morning? Like you just talked about what you assessed from the last performance.
Right.
What are you hoping to get right on this performance?
Well, definitely our front line is bigger, and so we expect a greater performance coming from them. We have a lot more persons that actually rushing this morning, and so they're excited. They are excited, and they're coming to show that we are here, and we're celebrating. Our choreographed girls, you know, a disappointing place Boxing Day, and I think that was straight across the board from everybody. Everybody felt that that was not really what they deserved, and so they're coming to redeem themselves to show that that wasn't just a mess, that's where they are now. They've leveled up, and they've hawked up themselves, and they're going to come and bring you beautiful costumes. Listen, we get them from our undergarments. Our undergarments are beautiful, and so they're just sewing with that. And of course, our musicians have been working. They've been putting it in, and they've been trying to improve. You know, we know where we have to build. We know where we have to grow, and they have been doing that. And so the music is going to really be good this morning.
All right. Well, we had an opportunity. You know, our Hope Shelley-Ann has been moving around herself as well all morning. And listen, she had an opportunity to go into the Warhawks camp here on Bay Street. So let's take a look at that and see what they had to say.
And of course, we are ZNS. We are covering every aspect of this 2026 New Year's Day parade. We are now here in the Genesis camp. And good morning and Happy New Year to my sister.
Good morning, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Bahamas. And good morning to you also, my beautiful sister.
Veronique, let them know exactly what your position is right here with the Genesis Warhawks.
Well, I'm one of the founders. I'm one of those persons that birthed this great organization.
Now, as it stands, they're telling me that today y'all coming to bust Bay Street wide open. What's your theme for this morning?
Well, this morning is going to be basically we're celebrating our 10th anniversary here, and we call it the Big Boy City. So now we're just representing celebration of the tribes. We're going to see the different tribes, the Indian tribes, as Warhawks, as we're known as the Genesis Warhawks, aka Jenny. We definitely coming to be a force to reckon with this morning.
Now listen here, Veronique, you know what the talks is for the Genesis Warhawks. Hawk up yourselves. How we gonna hawk up ourselves this morning? Give us just a sneak peek of what we can expect to see on Bay Street today.
When you start from the front, when you see this banner, the banner and all gonna be dancing.
The banner gonna be dancing.
The banner gonna be dancing, because this is a celebration. There's many ways you can celebrate. You do it, we ain't doing it quietly. Because again, we gonna make sure let them know we ain't no more babies. We 2 figures now. We 10. Getting to 11. So definitely from the front to the back, definitely would be a celebration. And again, don't forget the music now. I lay low when it comes to our girls too. Don't worry.
Choreographed dancers ready. They ready. Veronique, look at the camera and say they're ready.
They ready? You all ain't here saying, hawk yourself up. It's a celebration. We did it with this our 11 year on Bay, and definitely, again, we definitely would be a force to reckon with this morning. See you all on Bay.
All right, this is the one and only Hope Shelley, and we are here with the Genesis Warhawks, and we're sending it back to you, Jimanita.
Thanks so much, Hope. And just like that, we're back. That was Hope telling us how to chat with the Warhawks earlier this morning. And listen, everybody seems to be ready. We see them on the screen coming up from the hole. A lot of energy. You're celebrating 10 years, Renita. That's a milestone in itself. And I guess you have a lot to prove this morning. You're holding your own, as you said earlier.
Yeah, with us, our biggest competition is ourselves. We're not going to be moved by what any other group is doing, because that's when you get mixed up. We give accolades to those other groups. Like Saxons will always be the mighty Saxons. One family will be one family. The Valleys, whichever one of them, will always be the Valley. Genesis, we are the Warhawks. And we're only concerned with what we are doing, and that's to continuously grow. And we've always been big on our community impact, and we reach out into the community, and we put ourselves there, because Junkanoo is not just on Bay. And we find that we've reached persons who have had to come back to us and say thank you, and they look to us and they, we appreciate what you have done, whether it's a breakfast. Well, we went into the schools and we read to students, and some of them, I've had, a student remember me, and I was like, what? But, it's what we do. It's not just what we do on Bay. It's what we do off of Bay. Bay, it matters, and that's where we get the fans to love us, but we're really big on our community outreach.
So obviously that community element, as you talked about, in terms of the outreach, strengthens the connectivity you share with your fans and the wider community.
It certainly does. And our main shack is Borderline, Kemp Road, Shirley Street. And so on the outside of the gate is Fancy Dancers, a B group. And we have a, hand-in-hand relationship. And so even though they're a B group, they're in our shack, they're working, they're learning,
Renita, we see here on the screen that this is your banner. You are slightly out of the gate. Can you give us some information on exactly what the banner is depicting for us today?
The banner is simply depicting the Warhawks, the gathering of the great powwow. And so you'll see you have a chief, you have Indians around, and we're coming together. We're coming together, and we're basically showing that this is where we are, in form, and we are celebrating our 10 years, looking to continue, looking to grow, and looking to be there for as long as we need to be.
Now, I noticed that the young ladies, like you mentioned earlier, that the undergarments are absolutely spectacular. We like plenty glitters. I see that the girls are beautifully ordained. What exactly are they depicting?
Well, with the undergarment, it's actually, well, it's not actual glass, but you know, it's the plastic glass, if you want. And so they're going to be really glitter, sparkling. They're going to be shining. You're going to see as the sunlight hits them, you're going to really see, you know, the burst of colors. And so they're really just expressing a tribe, another Indian tribe. And as you can see, the costumes are well put together. You know, we've been working. We've been working trying to construct. We've worked on our routine, and I think that this morning we have a better routine than Boxing Day. So it's definitely worth the watch.
Now, Renita, last week you had some beautiful costuming in terms of the choreographed section. They had some red roses, and the dress was a red rose, like it was lapels. It was absolutely stunning. I called William because I thought it was William that does exercise. He said it was the other William.
The other William, yes.
But the costumes were beautiful.
Yes, beautiful, and the routine definitely complemented those costumes. And they because it was stop and smell the roses, and then also the second section was birds of a feather flock together. And if you really paid attention, like I said, the undergarments for those costumes were absolutely
the red with the glitter.
Yes. And so we really worked on our costuming, strengthening our costuming, as well as our routines. Because, you know, in the years past, you know, we got some flack for the routine, you know, not being up to par to the other groups. And so we really worked on that, and I think we did a spectacular job.
When you think about what goes into the logistics of Junkanoo, when you think about your theme and what you have to portray to the general public, to your fans and your sponsors, how do you come up with your theme?
Well, what we actually do is we allow group members to come up with a theme. So it's not just coming from an executive level. The decision is made at the higher level, but any member can present a group. There is a criteria. You have to be able to, from the front to the back, from the banner to the back line. And every member is given an opportunity to throw out a theme for the group.
All right. So are you excited? I mean, after you think about the logistics to get, well, you did the planning, you did the preparation, then was the logistics to get here on Bay. When you finally hit Bay, like we've been watching you come out of the hole, making your way up here to Rawson Square. What is that feeling like for you? Is it like, finally we're here, or is it like, we're here now and we definitely got to bring everything?
Relief, because I was speaking with somebody earlier yesterday, and I told them, you know, mobilizing a group and actually getting them to pay, it's tedious. It's hours. They were moving costumes from, like, I came downtown like around 4 o'clock, and our lead costume was already being mobilized on the flatbed truck coming to the downtown area. And then it's a matter of putting all of these costumes together, and it's a great deal. So when you can finally get to the hole, it's like a sigh of relief. It's like, okay, yes.
We are here.
We're here. We did it, you know. And so when we get on Bay, it's actually like, you know, okay, yeah, letting your hair down now. You're getting it in, because this is now the end of it.
Thank you, Renita. We are going to take a very, very quick break, and we're going to be right back here on the station that covers the Bahamas better than any other in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Kalik, the Bear of the Bahamas, Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, Sand Dollar, Digital Bahamian Dollar, Atos Holdings, Wendy's, Bahamas Air, and Paradise Games.
Hello? Hi, this is Roger from Fidelity Bank. We've detected a possible breach on your account, so we've placed a temporary hold on pending transactions. Huh? Please check your email and give me your one-time password to confirm.
Ain't nothing happening. Whoa! Remember, Fidelity will never ask for your account details. If in doubt, contact us first. Fidelity Bank, protecting what matters most.
Fidelity, we're good for you.
You've heard of electric cars. Now it's time you drive one. Easy Car Sales welcomes you to experience the power and prestige of the latest electric vehicles. Plug in at home for a 65% discount off your gas bill and never get stuck at the pump again. Build your dreams of a better future with a better car, the BYD EV. Visit easy242.com to book your free test drive today. Save your money while driving in style, only at Easy Car Sales.
There's a place where every detail whispers elegance, where our art greets you at every corner, where flowers linger like a secret well-kept, and your sweet dreams become your sanctuary. This isn't just an ordinary bed and breakfast. It's a name that says signature. The Bella Signature Restaurant and Suites. A taste of the Bahamian dream.
It's a Holy Frosty Christmas, and Wendy's and Coke is bringing the chill. This year, when you upgrade any Wendy's combo to a large, you can instantly win big with the Upgrade and Win Christmas giveaway. We're talking travel gift cards, gadgets, holiday treats, and prizes that make your Holy Frosty Christmas shine. Just upgrade your favorite lunch combo, scan the QR code on your receipt to enter, and let the holiday magic begin. Enjoy great tasting food and win big this Christmas with Wendy's and Coca-Cola's Upgrade and Win. Rules and restrictions apply.
For over half a century, we've been more than just an airline. We've been a bridge where quality service is paramount and an excellent travel experience is our priority. Wherever you're going, we're here to take you there with care, with heart, and with the promise of unforgettable journeys. We are family, and just like family, we're committed to taking care of our own. Your Bahamas Air is our Bahamas Air. Because here at Bahamas Air, we don't just fly here, we live here.
Here at Immigration Care Service, you can trust us, especially if you have experienced issues or problems with the U.S. immigration at the borders. We'll do our best to provide options and solutions to immigration roadblocks so travelers can continue visiting the U.S. and residents can continue living their lives in the U.S. without worries. The best part? Our services are affordable and accessible. Take the mystery, confusion, and fear out of your immigration concerns. Contact Immigration Care Service today.
It's a Holy Frosty Christmas, and Wendy's and Coke is bringing the chill. This year, when you upgrade any Wendy's combo to a large, you can instantly win big with the Upgrade and Win Christmas giveaway. We're talking travel gift cards, gadgets, holiday treats, and prizes that make your Holy Frosty Christmas shine. Just upgrade your favorite lunch combo, scan the QR code on your receipt to enter, and let the holiday magic begin. Enjoy great tasting food and win big this Christmas with Wendy's and Coca-Cola's Upgrade and Win. Rules and restrictions apply.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture.
Been live here on Bay Street since 2 a.m. at the start of the parade, and this would not be possible to do this broadcast without the help of our sponsors that we want to continue to say a special thank you. Some of them include, of course, the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture, Bahamas Air, Atos Holdings, Wendy's. So many of them contributed to ensure that whether you're here in the capital, throughout the Bahamas, or somewhere in your corner of the world, that you're able to enjoy Junkanoo this New Year's morning. So I hope that you are enjoying it. If you are a Genesis Junkanoo organization, a Warhawk, and you're ready to hawk up yourself, as they have been saying all of this Junkanoo season, you ready? You ready?
Ready. Are you ready?
All right, I am ready. So we're going to see what the Genesis Junkanoo organization does with its theme. As we've been discussing for the last few minutes, they will be focusing on gathering of the tribes, the great powwow. The organization is 10 years old. They've been holding their own. Renita was telling us earlier that during the last parade, they got, what, four titles out of 10?
4 persons placed in the top 10.
4 persons had placed in the top 10, and that's something to be proud of, something to celebrate. And you know, you were talking about the logistics of trying to get to Bay. You're finally here. It's like that sigh of relief. We made it, we're here, and then now you just perform. You just execute.
You know, we've put in hours, sleepless nights. I haven't slept in about 2 days. And so here it is now. It's time to just show off what you've been doing. The sacrifice has been great, and the reward is even greater because this is an experience out of this world. You know, this is our culture. Junkanoo is a big deal. It's a big deal. So to be able to come out here and show everyone what we have been working so hard on, it's an awesome experience. And, you know, we're going to worry about being tired and the sleepless nights after we get up.
What is the best part of the Junkanoo experience for you with your particular group?
The best part about it is, like, Genesis is a new group, and we have a lot of newbies, as we call them. Newbies. So about 70% of our members are new to Junkanoo, either in their first, maybe second year. And so being a Junkanooer, Kelly, you would know that there's so much to learn, so many little things that the regular Bahamian take for granted, but if you were a Junkanooer, it's a different meaning. Like when I first joined Genesis 10 years ago, I got sent to the store for blackouts. So the lady brought me this like white thing, and I said, "No, ma'am," I said blackout. You know, because in my mind, I'm thinking
it's black.
It's black, but it's actually white. And so the best part of it is the learning experience for persons. We learn together and we figure out things together, and that is the beauty for me. The behind the scenes actually coming together, and every year being able to say, I know something, I've learned something else. You know, one day I'm going to be able to put together a costume, you know. Fun fact, I don't paste. I don't know how to paste. I don't have the patience for that. That's an art.
That is a commitment.
Exactly. I prefer to get burned with the glue gun than to sit down and try to paste. But one day I'll be able to do it all.
Yeah. And I think, well, Renita, you know, having a Junkanoo man makes you adaptable to these particular things. The glue gun burns, the glitter in the fridge, the glitter all through the house, the feathers in the places that they should not be. These are
I
things.
have feathers on the floor scaring me because I'm thinking that they're foreign objects, and then when I look closely, it's a piece of feather. The only thing I can do is suck my teeth and keep it moving because, like you say, when you're in with the Junkanoo person.
All right, so Renita, this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Your group is here. They're ready to execute, and we're going to throw it down there. This is the Genesis Junkanoo organization. The Warhawks have been hawking up themselves. Going to be bringing us Gathering of the Tribes, the Great Powwow, a celebration of Warhawks. So take a look. was, of course, the Genesis Warhawks. And Renita, we have been waiting, anticipating their showing here on Bay, the theme gathering of the tribes, the great powwow, a celebration of Warhawks, the organization 10 years old. What did you think of that performance just now?
It was indeed a celebration. We came, we saw, we conquered. We did our thing. I am definitely proud of my organization. We have come a long way in a short time, and the performance this morning showed exactly what it is to hawk up yourself. We dug deep, we put in the hours, we put in the work, we committed, we stayed focused, and we brought to you costumes, vibrant colors, choreographed girls, gave a show. The music was amazing. And of course, our engine room, the back line, always ticking. So I'm very pleased with Genesis this morning.
You had a whole lot of energy, Renita. I saw you. The girls were in formation. They looked pretty. They danced. They had energy. The back line was roaring. The costuming, we could have done a little bit more with that. But of course, like you said, you're in the infancy stages. 10 years out, you still look good. You did a yeoman's effort this morning. Awesome job.
Thank you, thank you. Coming from you, madam, I take that with the highest honor. I am very pleased. Like you say, you know, we're still learning.
Yes.
And we still have quite a few of our seasoned members. I'm sure you would have noticed some missing faces from our lineup that sat out this season for personal reasons, and they will definitely be back next year. So expect even greater things from Genesis.
But you were beautiful, Renita. The coloring, the greens, the purples, the orange. You used like a kaleidoscope this morning.
So any final thoughts in terms of your overall performance and what we can continue to expect to see from the Warhawks?
Definitely. This is what we have set a standard. 10 years, we've set a standard, and we can't go back. We have to continue to meet that and surpass that. We're going to get there. We're coming. For whoever may be in our way, we are coming. You know, Genesis is definitely a force to reckon with, and we've proven that this morning.
Well, Renita Claire, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck. The judges will decide who walks away the winners of this morning's parade.
Well,
thank you so much for joining.
On Shirley Street.
I would imagine. Well, stay with us. Renita will continue to hawk up herself, as she says, and the Warhawks will do their thing. But listen, we will be right back after a short break. Stay with us.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Immigration Care Services, CG Atlantic, Sun Oil Limited, J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, Janae's Uniform and Embroidery, Fidelity Bank Bahamas, and Easy Car Sales.
Well, this year we decided to double the amount that we did last year, and the company decided to take on that amount because we saw the need. Each year we do it, we get persons that call after the fact to ask if their company could be a part of it, their organization can be a part of it. So 30,000 was a no-brainer.
It is a joy to have this at the first time, and this is also my first Thanksgiving here at Columbus Primary School. I was recently deployed here, and so when I heard the initiative, I was overwhelmed to know that these students here at Columbus Primary School will have a meal, a healthy meal that is, to put a smile on their faces.
Going to the different locations, you can feel the excitement of the teachers, the kids, the volunteers. One of the things that makes this program work, you have individual volunteers. You have Rotary, you have Kiwanis Club, you have individual person. And this is what makes the program work. It's not Bahamas Red Group Company by itself. What makes the Let's Make a Different program works is every individual, rather business person or company, or just an individual who wanted to help and make our country better. And this is what Let's Make a Difference about, where one individual can help make a difference in our country.
Elections are just around the corner, and so is the Parliamentary Registration Department. Whether you need to register to vote, get verified, or have general questions about the voter registration process, you should know where the Parliamentary Registration Department is. Come with me. Head west on Tonic Williams Darling Highway, past Shell gas station, the paint store, and testing and evaluation. Turn left just before the bus stop. And there you have it. And in case you were wondering, you can also register at your local post office. We just wanted you to know that you have options. Don't wait. Register and verify today.
Welcome to Paradise Games, where exceptional service meets the ultimate gaming experience. Our dedicated team is here to make every visit a win.
Now this is paradise.
This is more than just a place to play.
Now this is paradise.
It's where excitement meets world-class service.
Now this is paradise.
Now this is paradise.
Come experience it for yourself. Now this is paradise.
Angie, how can I get my claims paid quick? Rent's due next week.
CG processes 99% of claims within 5 days. Remember when I was hang gliding with those goats? I caught a gust of winning flu right into a moving car. Every appendage was in the cast, and they paid fast and fairly. That's what I get for trusting a man with a mustache and an eye patch. Now I gotta go. I'm meeting the guy who bedazzled my toes.
99% of claims are processed within 5 days. CG Atlantic Medical and Life. Good like that.
Bahamas, it's time to drum up, cheer, and win with Shell. Just spend $20 at any of our 13 Shell participating stations, and you are entered to win. This Christmas, you could walk away with Junkanoo tickets, New Year's Eve VIP concert tickets, grocery gift certificates, travel escapes, or even free fuel for an entire year, valued at $5,000. We are giving away prizes every week, so drum up, cheer, and win with Shell. Promotion ends January 9th, 2026.
Ready to insure your ride? Our new website is ready for you. Visit jsjohnson.com. Select coverages, go to Motor, and click Get a Quote. We've made it easier than ever to request a quote online. Fill in all the required fields. When you're done, hit Submit. You'll receive a response via email within 24 hours. Visit jsjohnson.com today.
Make your company representative stand out through an embroidery design on your uniforms from Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road. Janae's utilizes the latest state-of-the-art embroidery technology to monogram large and small quantities of shirts, caps, bags, and other articles. If you don't already have a digitized logo, Janae's can design and digitize your idea and bring it to life. Then install the logo of your choice from their large selections of 27 stock colors of golf shirts in cotton or dry fit, caps, or workwear. Call 394-8385 or 6 or visit www.janaes.com.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Click, the Bear of the Bahamas, Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, Sand Dollar, Digital Bahamian Dollar, Atos Holdings, Wendy's, Bahamas Air, and Paradise Games.
Good morning again from Bay Street. It's been a beautiful morning as we have been witnessing the 2026 Junkanoo Parade, and a lot has been happening here. But guess what? Celebrate the season. Bring It to Bay live on ZNS Network. Here's how to enter. Tag your family and friends. In the comments during this live broadcast that's on right now, continuing, you have time. And the person with the most tags will win a festive basket. Now keep tagging and sharing, and you could be our lucky winner. This giveaway is courtesy of Commonwealth Brewery Limited and and the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. And of course, we wouldn't be able to broadcast to you without the help of our fantastic sponsors. They include the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture. We're also talking about Collect, the Bear of the Bahamas, Bahamas Air, the national flag carrier, Sand Dollar, Digital Bahamian Dollar, Atos Holdings, Wendy's, Paradise Games, Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, and CG Atlantic. And of course, we have to send a special thank you to Immigration Care Services, Sun Oil Limited, J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, Janae's Uniform and Embroidery, Fidelity Bank Bahamas, and of course, Easy Car Sales. Again, these are our sponsors who have helped to make this broadcast possible. And it's been a wonderful, picking up a little bit of a breezy morning right now. We're waiting, Kendanique, to see the One Family Junkanoo and Community Group. They say no matter what, we're going to church. So what's your reason?
I think I need to have a reason to go to church. I like to take my shoes off, get a little, a little bit of blood.
You gotta feel it. Well, they can make sure we definitely feel it this morning. And listen, we have been on air from 2 a.m. this morning, broadcasting this fantastic parade. And what you could use right now?
I could use me a nice yellow grits with conch salad.
But even before you get there, you need some coffee, gal.
Oh, I need some coffee.
You want a coffee drinker?
I need I use some hazelnut or something like that.
I could use a nice cup of coffee, but you know what? I hope Shelly Ann was on the move. And listen, I think she found the perfect coffee spot. Yeah. But let's take a look and find out.
And Jimonito, we are still out and about. You know, that's the way that ZNS does it, okay? When we tell you that nobody covers the Bahamas better than ZNS, we're talking even about Junkanoo. And you know, this morning is reminding us about when we were much younger, right? When you used to come to Junkanoo and it was nice and chilly and you had to wear your tam and you had to wear your gloves and you had to wear your jacket and all of that good stuff. Well, listen to me. Now, to keep you nice and warm, I know you're cold on them bleachers. Java Junction is in the house. Good morning and Happy New Year.
Good morning. Happy New Year. It's Miss Java Junction.
All right, let the folks know what your name is, too.
My name is Haley DeVoe.
And Haley, I know usually you guys are like a pop-up situation.
Yes, Mom.
And Haley, listen, you brag about your Java being the best ever. You brag about your drinks being the best that you can have, whether you get them hot or you get them cold. Well, guess what? I always say, the proof is in the pudding. So what I'm going to do, tell the folks exactly what you have made for me here.
So this morning I made her a pumpkin pie and salted caramel latte.
All right, let's flip this open here. Let's rest this down here. Flip that back. Now let's see. Ooh, it smells good. Oh, my. Woo, that tastes really good. They are here through Parliament Street. Come on down to Java Junction and get nice and warm. It is the 2026 New Year's Junkanoo Parade, and guess what? It's a little chilly outside, but we're going to keep it warm inside with Java Junction. Back to you, Jimonita.
Thanks so much, Hope Shelly-Ann. And of course, I could use some of that. I don't know of that particular one, but anything coffee to keep us percolating right now would be awesome.
I think so. But I think we're going to get a little burst of energy. One family is coming up. They're going to church. That should be some good, sweet music to get us up and rallied.
And we see them on the screen there in the hole. And you've been reminding our viewers for much of the morning, even those who may just be turning in, you might be just rolling over and say, you know what, where they is in this Junkanoo lineup? Like,
where could they be?
What is the hole?
Well, the hole is actually where we begin the Junkanoo process. We call everybody from the fire. We call the girls from the rooms. We make sure that the kunkalakas are there, the bellers, the trumpets, the percussion. Everybody is in the hole. That is literally the space where we line up. It's in front of the straw market, and it is almost directly opposite the venue house where, of course, our ancestors were sold. And this is the beginning point of Junkanoo for us. This is where you manufacture and you possess the sound. The sound is what happens in the hall. This is where the fanfare happens. This is where the music must be locked.
And we see they look like they're having a grand old time. They say they're taking us to church today. No matter what, we're going to church.
No matter what, we're going to church.
We as a Bahamian nation, a number of us probably would have gone to church earlier this morning for our New Year's services. You know, everybody, you don't need a reason to go to church. People just, they just love going to church.
Right.
So we will like to see how they execute that, whether it's through a wedding, a major milestone,
a funeral perhaps. But what I can say about One Family Junkanoo Group is that they are, in my opinion, one of the most creative groups on Bay Street. You have to be a Junkanooer and not just a group Junkanoo person to be able to come out of your realm and say, you know something, somebody does it really, really well. And when it comes up to One Family, they are outside of the box thinkers.
They definitely are, and they explore different things, and they make it feel like, you know what?
I never thought of that.
I didn't think that would work, but it actually does. And then the energy that they bring most of the time during their performances, I feel like when you watch them, it's like from start to finish. So maybe they got their engines revved up in the hole as you were sharing with us that process, and now once they up here, they just execute.
Jimanita, it ain't up here. It's traverse the boulevard. I can take you in the shack with me this year, you know.
Yes,
Jimanita,
definitely going to do that.
I'm going to take you
Because remind people, too, you know, I've been on it, and that was the first time that I didn't say it. So, yes, thank you for calling me out on it. But remind people what it means, too, in this Junkanoo jargon that we tend to use on these types of occasions.
Traversing the boulevard, ladies and gents, in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and everywhere else in the world. Traversing the boulevard is literally the opportunity for you to get in your costume, your music, your feeling, and to make your way up Bay Street. It is your opportunity for the essence and the elements of Junkanoo to actually come alive. It is our ancestors. It is the call of the drum. That is what traversing the boulevard means.
So everybody can be on their feet because they're going to church in a minute.
Yeah,
that's what we can see.
Yeah, but they're going to church. I think that we're gonna have some good gospel music coming through here. We're gonna hear. He's got the whole world in his hands. Bind us together. We're going to hear a medley of music, and who better to do it than the last year's champions? I think that is indeed my husband, right there in the middle.
You wouldn't miss him.
He is indeed the backside chairman. He is right there, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ruben Rumpelpum Delapo. That is indeed mine.
All yours.
All mine.
All yours.
Get him, baby. Oh, they look
and
good.
Obviously, we have been talking so much about the hole, keeping you abreast. We can actually take you inside the hole to see what it's like. Take a look. Now you have been watching and listening, seeing what has been going on, what is going on in the hole. And you said that's basically the engine that all of the many moving parts of that Junkanoo group organize, assemble, come together to traverse the boulevard.
To traverse the boulevard. That is where we legitimately line up the group. Now, you line up the group on paper first because, of course, you have to have your step downs, your jumpers, your leads, your banner. You have to have your choreographed section, your front line. And so then you make your way into the music section. And so this is where you set the group up in order for the group to move forward. You don't want to put any big costumes directly in front of the music because that blocks the music. You want to make sure that there's ease or there's flow and ebb. And it's, in terms of the drumming section, it's a call and repeat because the rhythm section, which is the tum-tum section, has to set the tempo.
And obviously, we hear the crowd revving up. I guess they are the Warriors supporters, fans. They want to see, they want to hear, they want to feel what one family is going to bring to Bay this morning.
And it's either with one family, you march or you die. And the colony of ants have come out this morning, and they look ready. They are prepared to do damage on Bay Street.
And of course, this again is the One Family Junkanoo and Community Group. Their theme, no matter what, we going to church. So what's your reason? Take a look. Of course, that was the One Family Junkanoo and Community Group. We had an opportunity to go inside their shack to see what they were planning for this morning's parade. Take a look.
My daughter one night watching Disney Plus, and we watched the Aladdin movie. And the idea came to me. Doing research, I found that the theme actually was, a similar theme was on Bay Street before, but that was back in 2006. I think Roots brought that in 2006. Roots would have brought it.
The One Family has always been a group of creativity. We always want to step out of the box. If it's different, we want to do it. We've always been known as the group that does the themes that you don't usually see on Bay Street, and I think that's in our DNA. That's our core. So that's what separates us from all other groups.
The 2026 New Year's Day Parade is nothing more than a victory lap for one family, okay? The group was practiced diligently, they prepared as best as they can, and we look forward to nothing more than parading and executing our theme as best as we can for this next coming morning.
One family has never been afraid to push the boundaries. We've always been able to step out of the box. We've always been a creative group. So, of course, you're going to see some stuff that you don't normally see on Bay Street. You're going to see this in this New Year's parade. I'm sure we all had that parent or that mother or father or grandmother say, hey, wake up, time to go to church. So everything you see when you go to church, you're going to see on Bay Street on New Year's.
Winning also stems from a place of pride and work ethic as well, too. Spending countless hours in the shack, in the music room, whether that's performing arts, dancing, beating the drums or whatever it is. Winning means doing better than we did the year before as well. Like I said, we're not here to compete against anybody else. There's no competition besides ourselves. So once we go there and execute as best as we can and perform better than we did last year or the parade prior, then there's no way we can lose.
Junkanoo is something, once you give into it, it gives back to you. The relationships I've built through the years, you can't put a price on it. This is something I want to do for the rest of my life.
The best advice I'd give to the young generation of Junkanooers is to first honor your elders. I think it's very important. And also do the work. I think nowadays we see in Junkanoo, everybody wants to just go there and say, oh, I want to rush. Anything that means just dancing, blowing horn, or beating the drum. Rushing is what I call the Holy Trinity, So you have to be able to perform your craft, also be able to work in the shack, and go there and perform as well, So take the time out, learn how to pace, learn how to build. Now, don't only just dance, blow horn, or be good on the road, but be able to, pick yourself up and be able to get yourself to the road as well. So if you're young, coming to Junkanoo, be able to complete the full package and you're on your way to go.
You heard it for yourselves. I think one family definitely did their research. They were prepared. And listen to me, from start to finish, at one point in the music, I had goosebumps. It was really, really that good. The dances, did you notice? We talked about the fact that you remember when you were growing up and you were going to church, the little frill socks? They had the frilled socks. They had the lady catching the spirit, lady in the yellow dress. You executed well. That was full character. She was fully catching the spirit. You had the communion. They took us to church this morning. That's my take. What did you think about it?
I think that one family executed their theme to the T. They had the music. When they played, oh, what a glory. I said family got it this morning, but family executed their theme well. And if you closed your eyes, you could almost think that family and the Saxon Superstars brought the exact same theme. Their costuming was good. They had the angels. They had prayer. They had bishop. They had priest. They had angels. They had fighting angels. They had women going to church. That choreographed section was absolutely fantastic.
That was a wonder to see, a wonder to watch. And they had so much energy from start to finish. Initially it was like, boy, this group is huge.
It was.
Has a lot going on. But listen, they thought about everything, and I felt like they didn't want to leave anything out.
They didn't leave anything. I think that they went through their synopsis for this particular parade, and they depicted from the banner straight to the end. And they seem to have everything that they needed to have encapsulated in one parade, one Junkanoo rush. I am not sure if they're going to have the opportunity to do 2 laps, but they brought the gusto for that very first lap. You saw the crescendo, you saw the music, you saw the thrill, you saw the excitement, the children, you saw the acolytes. They had everything depicted. Anything that they have on this paper, it seems to have been depicted on the streets.
Listen, you can see the judges have a tough job this morning.
The judges have a job this morning.
I don't want to be a judge, but I'm enjoying the show so far, and I hope you are too. But guess what? We're going to be right back. We get keeping you in step. We still got roots and prodigal sons. Don't go anywhere.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture.
heard of electric cars, now it's time you drive one. Easy Car Sales welcomes you to experience the power and prestige of the latest electric vehicles. Plug in at home for a 65% discount off your gas bill and never get stuck at the pump again. Build your dreams of a better future with a better car, the BYD EV. Visit easy242.com to book your free test drive today. Save your money while driving in style, only at Easy Car Sales.
Hello? Hi, this is Roger from Fidelity Bank. We've detected a possible breach on your account, so we've placed a temporary hold on pending transactions.
Huh?
Please check your email and give me your one-time password to confirm.
Ain't nothing happening.
Whoa!
Remember, Fidelity will never ask for your account details. If in doubt, contact us first. Fidelity Bank, protecting what matters most.
Fidelity, we're good for you.
It's a Holy Frosty Christmas, and Wendy's and Coke is bringing the chill. This year, when you upgrade any Wendy's combo to a large, you can instantly win big with the Upgrade and Win Christmas giveaway. We're talking travel gift cards, gadgets, holiday treats, and prizes that make your Holy Frosty Christmas shine. Just upgrade your favorite lunch combo, scan the QR code on your receipt to enter, and let the holiday magic begin. Enjoy great tasting food and win big this Christmas with Wendy's and Coca-Cola's Upgrade and Win. Rules and restrictions apply.
One day I told my grandpa, show me what being a Bahamian is all about, and I'll show the Bahamas to the world. Together, we show the world what it means to be Bahamian, and we celebrate with an ice-cold collection. More than a bear, it's the spirit of the Bahamas. Click. It's in our hands.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Immigration Care Services, CG Atlantic, Sun Oil Limited, J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, Janae's Uniform and Embroidery, Fidelity Bank Bahamas, and Easy Car Sales.
Good morning again from Bay, and listen, it's been a beautiful morning, and of course we are the only station that can provide you with live coverage of Junkanoo via radio. That's on 1540 AM, 810 AM in the north, and 104.5 FM. We have television, we have social media. ZNS digital platforms have got you covered, and listen, we have been on air from 2 this morning. So much excitement, so much intensity. And right now, to round out the first lap on Bay Street, we are still waiting to see Prodigal Sons and Roots. A busy, busy morning. A chilly morning, like we've heard, we've been talking about all morning. This is like a take you back to those previous times on Bay when it was really, really chilly and nice. So, you know, you get comfortable, you get cozy, and a lot is happening here on Bay. So, of course,
we're going to go ahead and go downstairs. Corville is waiting by with some new information for us up here.
Jimanita, I suppose it's a good indication of what or how well a group has just performed when you see the bleachers clear out the way they have. And after one family took us to church this morning, we're here with the chairman, Magnus, Darren Bastian. First of all, Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you, and Happy New Year to our beautiful country and the citizens of our Commonwealth. Happy New Year.
Thank you for the salutations, but let's talk about that one family performance. Could it possibly be two straight today?
Absolutely. Before I get into that, did you put your ties in the collection pond.
I did it on the parade and at church last night as well.
Well, very good, very good. Well, we feel very, very good about it. But first of all, I really want to congratulate the working team on this parade. Vernon Roll, Chairman Octavius, and his team who did a wonderful job in ensuring that, you know, one family represented extremely well. We have a very strong team, senior people, and, you know, our juniors as well, who we continue to grow up. I just feel very confident about this parade.
Somebody said to me, if you close your eyes, you'd almost think the Saxons and one family were thinking along the same lines. Similar themes, but who do you think better? Well, obviously, I know what your answer is about the execution.
Well, about execution, right? We are one in the spirit, we are one in the Lord. Saxons ain't see us this morning, though.
We still got Prodigal Sons and Roots to go, Jimmy. So still quite a bit of show left. Let's go back upstairs to you.
Well, thanks so much, Corvell. A lot of excitement there. I mean, Darren says possibly 2 straight. I mean, we will see.
I don't see why it couldn't be, but it's any man's fight. We have yet to see Roots, and we have yet to see Prodigal
this morning.
You know, it's anybody's fight. These New Year's parades are a lot different from the Christmas parades. New Year's is a little bit smaller. You have a tendency to have a little less tenacity, but nonetheless, one family definitely brought the thunder. The Saxons brought the thunder. Some of the other groups, they did a very, very good job as well. But this is going to be who edges whom out this morning. Who is thirsty, who is hungry enough this morning to make it across the finish line and to make it across the finish line in good standing.
Now we see on screen a costume. Now we are not able to make out which group this costume is actually from. Of course, we've been waiting to see the Prodigal Sons Junkanoo group. Their theme, My Bahamas, Islands in the Stream. This is, I'm being told that this is definitely Prodigal Sons coming up to their theme, as we've said, My Bahamas, Islands in the Stream. So they're going to take us through the Bahama Islands in celebration style. So the banner is going to be depicting San Salvador. The lead costume will be artistic Rawson Square. That should be interesting to see. They have another of show step downs and off the shoulder pieces. And a lot is going to be happening. The choreographed section will be Gombe dances, and the brass is expected to depict the sunshine glory. So a lot that Prodigal Sons is going to pack in this performance, it seems.
It definitely seems so. Of course, you know, Islands in the Stream, this is our country, 700 islands and keys. Welcome to the islands of the Bahamas. This is what it means to be Bahamian. And Junkanoo is, of course, our culture, our art form. And so we're hoping that Prodigal Sons definitely depicts islands in the stream this morning.
And we're going to toss it to base since they are here. That was, of course, the Prodigal Sons Junkanoo Group, My Bahamas Islands in the Screen. And, of course, joining me on the broadcast now is Mr. Kyle Stubbs. He's the outgoing public relations coordinator for the Roots Junkanoo Group. Good morning, Kyle. Happy New Year to you.
Good morning. Happy New Year to you and Happy New Year to the country.
It's so great to have you joining us here. We were just taking in the Prodigal Sons Junkanoo Group. What are your thoughts?
It's good to have Prodigal Sons on Bay Street. It's good to have them on Bay Street.
It is good because there's always that question mark, will they be here?
Absolutely. Yeah, and to answer that question in whatever fashion or form, it's good to have Prodigal Sons on Bay Street.
Yes, it definitely is. What about you, Kennedy?
I think it was a very good effort, and it's always good to see Prodigal Sons. It's good to see them. They come out, they show up whenever they do, and they had a good time this morning. The music was there this morning as well.
That was definitely good. Now, guess what? We had an opportunity, Kyle, we had an opportunity to go inside the Roots camp earlier this week. Take a look.
I've been down. I've been tired, I've been out, but once I hear the drums, once I hear the whistles, once I hear the cowbells, once the brass kicks in, the rejuvenation comes back. Let me just say that we kind of had a lapse on Boxing Day. We were expecting the third lap, but we were told there was only two. Tried to make up on the third lap, but there was no third lap. But this morning, we're going to bring some energy. We're coming from Broadway to the Bahamas. So you're going to see a lot of Broadway shows. You're going to see a lot of dancing. You're going to see a lot of energy. And you're going to see a lot of new music that hasn't been to Bay Street before. And you're going to see one or two costumes that have never been to Bay Street. So this morning, expect Roots to ignite the fire as we move down Bay Street. Being the underdog is no pressure. It takes pressure off of you. And everybody know if Roots line up properly, if we get there on time, and if our music turn over, we can be in the money. In the past, winning was always something that was priority to me. But now, being somewhat of a bridge builder to young persons, I am more into it to teach people so they can have a better understanding of what the culture is and our appreciation of where we have come from in terms of the Bahamas and people as Junkanooers. But winning, to me, everybody wants to win. Now, let's not leave that part out because we know it's a competition. But at the end of the day, it's more about passing the baton over to younger persons so we can make that transition for when we move off the scene. After we would have left New Year's, we want to leave the impression that we are having fun. Like I said, the competitive side of Junkanoo, we will never change that. But at the end of the day, you should have fun in whatever you're doing. And Roots is a resilient group. We've lost a lot of persons in the past, but the more people we lose, the more people we get. And at the end of the day, it's just about family. Roots is not one family. Roots is about that family character. And at the end of the day, it's just a matter of all of us coming together as one big family and having fun.
We get into what the Roots camp had to say in the shack earlier this week. Our Corville Hyfram is standing by again. He has been very busy this morning. Corville, what do you have for us?
Roots right on our heels, Jimenita, but we, of course, did not want to leave Bay Street without talking first to the Prodigal Sons, their leader, Eric Knowles, with me. You put on Islands in the Stream. How do you feel about that performance this morning?
Well, the performance could have been better, When you rely on people and they don't fulfill their roles, you have a tendency to drop in a hole.
You were telling me a bit earlier that you came up with more people, but the long wait caused you to have to lose some members.
Well, I can't blame nobody for picking the number. We picked the number, so with the number, we just have to live with it.
Prodigal Sons, though, remains one of the crowd favorites. Happy New Year, Mr. Knowles. All the best to you and the Prodigal Sons.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Jimenita.
Thanks so much, Corville. So, as we said earlier, we had an opportunity to go into your camp. We heard words like you're looking to ignite the fire this morning. Roots is a family, and of course, you want to have fun.
Absolutely.
Is that an accurate depiction of what we will see when you show us the greatest shows on earth.
I believe so. Like the chairman said in that clip, you know, we carried home some hardware from Boxing Day, but still underperformed. We had some internal contributions to that, and I think we kind of ironed those out. But we bring in your favorite shows. And so similar to a few years ago where we brought some of the movies, right? Our group members get to enact some of their favorite Broadway shows. And so you see a lot more energy, you see a lot more pride in these costumes. And for a New Year's parade for Roots, I think this is a very, very good presentation that we have coming forward. And of course, we just want to have fun. We are that group that, not that we pride ourselves on it, but we could take a fifth on the chin and come back on New Year's and be prepared to put up a good fight. And I think that's what we're here to do. I'm excited. We still have a little bit of a crowd on Bay Street, and I think based on what I see and lined up down the road, we're in for a treat.
I think we definitely are, because I've been reading your synopsis. It talks about The Little Mermaid,
Absolutely.
The Wizard of Oz,
Absolutely.
Mary Poppins,
Yes.
Wicked, that was
Yes.
very popular, Hamilton, Jesus Christ Superstar. I mean, you're gone far.
And then we have some step downs with Tarzan. We have Back to the Future. We have Lion King. And then the show starts with the curtains on the banner that I see behind us heading towards Scotiabank. And so, yeah, it's a good show. It's a good show coming our way.
I think when we think about what Roots brings to the Boulevard, you always try to think outside of the box. I love the ingenuity that you bring to the Boulevard. You seem to have so many young people.
Yeah, absolutely. When we think about what transpired on Boxing Day, the first place and the second place in the step-down costumes, the gentleman who won is in his mid-30s. And the gentleman who came second is his first time in this category, and he built and completed this costume by himself, right? And we look at the person who put the banner on the road, early 40s, and we're going to see it again this morning. We look at our Showtime, who's been pretty consistent and dominant over the last 3 to 4 years. They're being led by a mid-30-year-old, and so we really pride ourselves about it. Our lead tum-tum, the guy who rolls over, kicks over the drum, is 19, maybe 20.
Wow.
And so we have a very nice, good youth energy that's propelling us into what we're doing.
How excited are you now? We talked to a number of Junkanooers this morning about the feeling that you have when you finally make it to Bay. You know, all of the action, all of the activity in the hole. And we could see you guys in the hole on the screen.
Absolutely. Sometimes it can't be put into words, right? But it's the culmination of blood, sweat, and tears, but it's also the opportunity to see what everybody else has been pouring into, to see, you know, measure yourself in terms of where you stand up to, but it's also to lose yourself in the spirit of Junkanoo. And I think besides the competition, I think that's a very important element. And that's what the chairman alluded to in terms of having fun. You put on your costume, you paint your face, you put on your mask, you strap on your drum, you lose yourself in the spirit of Junkanoo, and I think that's a very important part. And I think that's what we're going to, you know, generate inside the hole and bring down Bay Street right now.
I think similar sentiments expressed by Avery earlier, and he's like, this is your time to just get crazy, let loose, and have a whole lot of fun.
You know, I'm Kyle Stubbs until I put on my costume, and then I'm the Junkanoo, and then afterwards I'm Kyle Stubbs, and that's just what it is.
Yeah. So you just go crazy as the Junkanoo.
You see me in my costume, excuse me, because I'm not Kyle. You see me in not in my costume, you know who I am.
This is the Kyle now.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But when you hit Bay,
that's
surely different.
Yeah.
Because Junkanoo is indeed a spirit, you know. Junkanoo is an essence. Kyle says that it's something that you cannot put into words, but the matriculation of Junkanoo in itself does not lend to exact words.
Absolutely.
It's a feeling, it's an action. Whether you believe it or not, Junkanoo is a verb. It is not a noun. It is not a pronoun. It is a verb. Junkanoo is a verb. It is an action. And people that are in it, that have been indoctrinated into it as children, we cannot explain it to you mere mortals.
Absolutely.
I know, right? Sorry, I'm a mere mortal, but I love it. I love the energy and the creativity that we see from our artisans and our Junkanoo persons. I mean, that takes time, it takes commitment, it takes effort and energy. We were speaking to Renita earlier, and she was saying, you know, she don't like basting.
No.
That is not her.
No.
But to see what you come up with from cardboard to the final product is absolutely astounding, amazing.
And I just love that I belong to a group that still loves the pace, right? And so even the step down that won on Boxing Day, that was pasting in April of this year, right? And even the wow factor, you know, was in the details, but people would comment and say, that's nicely pasted, right? And so that's a very good and important element of Junkanoo. And I think however we adjust and we maneuver forward, we have to find ways that we preserve those particular parts of elements. Of course, the glitter foam and all the other material, they bring a nice shiny, let me say, bling to the eye, and it's an added decorative piece. But that layering of paper and the use of color, you know, we always, in the Sharks, we talk about who has the largest coloring book, who has the most crayons, right? And it's just your creative use of cray paper and colors to bring something to life. And I think that's a very important element we have to try some way, somehow to preserve as we continue to watch this element we call Junkanoo evolve.
And just like our persons here on Bay are excited to see what Roots will do with their theme, our viewers are also equally as excited, and like we've been showing you on the screen in the hole, as soon as Roots gets close enough so you can hear their audio to feel all of their enthusiasm, their excitement, we're going to throw it down to Bay. But for now, they're making their way up the boulevard. And Kyle, I mean, this must be a proud moment to get to this point, because we've been talking for most of the morning with various Junkanoo groups about the logistics elements that have to come together to get you here, to line up in the hole, to come up the boulevard.
I was just watching, and I understand, you know, the timing of New Year's. You know, the taxi cab drivers and their need to get to the British Colonial Hilton while we were putting up our banner and everything. And so it's trying to create that balance. And so it is exciting to get to this moment, to get onto Bay Street. Number 8 on New Year's is tricky, but we think we have a very good presentation. It culminates a year of hard work. You would have mentioned earlier, and there's one of 2 other groups, we would have lost our lead builder. And his banner is here on New Year's. 2 of his step downs are here on New Year's as well. And so we're carrying a little bit of the J spirit with us this morning as well. And we can do a good thing. I think we can do a good thing.
How many step downs do you have this morning, Kyle? Roots is known for finish. Every time Junkanoo season comes about, it's always said that y'all have the most costumes in the road.
It's crazy, and even through, you know, we talk about the Junkanoo trade, right? Even through the shuffle of talent during the course of the year, we still manage to end up with enough committed to Roots that we can be very competitive in banner, in lead costume, and in step down. So we have 3 step downs this morning.
3 or 15, Kyle? Because I heard y'all at 15.
No, man, they lie on us.
Okay.
We might have been working on 3, and we slowed down after J Pass, but we got 3. We got 3 this morning. I see, look like Back to the Future is the first one behind the banner. And I see Tarzan, look like a few spots behind that, and then the Lion King will be behind that.
Okay. So now this music have to match this theme now.
So we scale down on the costume. We have 1 or 2 songs based on costumes that we see. And then I think we have 1 or 2 to try and get the crowd on our side.
So let's stick a pin, Kyle. We've been waiting for this moment. We've been waiting for Roots, and Roots is finally here. The greatest shows on earth, taking Broadway here to the Bahamas. We'll see what Roots does with that. was the Roots Junkanoo group, and a lot of energy there. Kyle, the greatest shows on earth. Roots brought Broadway to Nassau. So how did you think your group did this morning?
Well, a combination of things is bringing Broadway to Nassau, but also the brass section. Kudos to our Junkanoo Paradise for our partnership with the Atlantis last summer. But I was satisfied with the presentation. I think for Roots now is understanding, at least for this current Junkanoo season, there's been some changes to the rules. And I think we're still very competitive in some of the categories that doesn't necessarily contribute to overall scoring. So I think we're still good in our lay costumes that we see passing behind us right now. I think our step downs out front is still in the conversation. There were some really nice step downs out on the road this morning, but I think our step downs in the front are part of that conversation. I think our energy was up a little bit more this morning. Definitely we closed the gaps that we had on Boxing Day. We were a little bit smaller, but much more tighter. We changed up the song selection a little bit. I think we could have changed it up a little bit more. I'm certain they're going to regroup through Elizabeth and figure out what kind of show they could put on for Who's Left on Shirley Street. But all in all, I think it's an improvement from what we did on Boxing Day.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast this morning. We will see what the judges do. We'll learn the results later on today. And if we'll see where you fall.
Most definitely.
In the final numbers.
Absolutely. And again,
thank you so
Happy New Year to the country and to yourself.
Happy New Year to you
Happy
and
New
the
Year to
Roots
you as well.
organization as well.
Thank you so much.
Well, we will be right back after a short break. Make sure to definitely stay with us.
Bring It to Bay is made possible by Click, the Bear of the Bahamas, Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, Sand Dollar, Digital Bahamian Dollar, Atos Holdings, Wendy's, Bahamas Air, and Paradise Games.
Here at Immigration Care Service, you can trust us, especially if you have experienced issues or problems with the U.S. immigration at the borders. We'll do our best to provide options and solutions to immigration roadblocks, so travelers can continue visiting the U.S. and residents can continue living their lives in the U.S. without worries. The best part? Our services are affordable and accessible. Take the mystery, confusion, and fear out of your immigration concerns. Contact Immigration Care Service today.
Welcome to Paradise Games, where exceptional service meets the ultimate gaming experience. Our dedicated team is here to make every visit a win.
Now this is paradise.
This is more than just a place to play.
Now this is paradise.
It's where excitement meets world-class service.
Now this is paradise.
Now this is paradise.
Come experience it for yourself. Now this is paradise.
Is someone gonna get that?
Hello.
Hello. So nice of you to have cleaned up for us. Hi, baby.
We're like in-laws that don't show up unannounced.
Don't worry. I've got this.
CG Atlantic. Good like that.
For over half a century, we've been more than just an airline. We've been a bridge, connecting families, dreams, and memories across the islands and beyond. Behind every seat sold and every journey planned, there's a dedicated team committed to making air travel affordable and accessible to everyone. At Bahamas Air, we're not just building connections, we're building a safe and dependable airline where quality service is paramount and an excellent travel experience is our priority. Wherever you're going, we're here to take you there with care, with heart, and with the promise of unforgettable journeys. We are family, and just like family, we're committed to taking care of our own. Your Bahamas Air is our Bahamas Air, because here at Bahamas Air, we don't just fly here, we live here.
Bahamas, it's time to drum up, cheer, and win with Shell. Just spend $20 at any of our 13 Shell participating stations, and you are entered to win. This Christmas, you could walk away with Junkanoo tickets, New Year's Eve VIP concert tickets, grocery gift certificates, travel escapes, or even free fuel for an entire year, valued at $5,000. We are giving away prizes every week, so drum up, cheer, and win with Shell. Promotion ends January 9th, 2026.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance. Peace of mind.
Make your company representative stand out through an embroidery design on your uniforms from Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road. Janae's utilizes the latest state-of-the-art embroidery technology to monogram large and small quantities of shirts, caps, bags, and other articles. If you don't already have a digitized logo, Janae's can design and digitize your idea and bring it to life. Then install the logo of your choice from their large selections of 27 stock colors of golf shirts in cotton or dry fit, caps, or workwear. Call 394-8385 or 6 or visit www.janaes.com.
Elections are just around the corner, and so is the Parliamentary Registration Department. Whether you need to register to vote, get verified, or have general questions about the voter registration process, you should know where the Parliamentary Registration Department is. Come with me. Head west on Tonic Williams Darling Highway, past Shell Gas Station, the paint store, and testing and evaluation. Turn left just before the bus stop. And there you have it. And in case you were wondering, you can also register at your local post office. We just wanted you to know that you have options. Don't wait. Register and verify today.
The Bay is made possible by the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture.
And that is, of course, the end of the final lap here on Bay Street. What an amazing morning it's been. We've provided you with team coverage. And, of course, standing by a part of that team is, of course, Vaughn Albury. Vaughn, how was your morning? A full one.
Wow, what a Junkanoo. Happy New Year again, everyone. This has been phenomenal. I don't know what the task is of the judges, but this one is close. I would like to say, I want to say thank you to all the Junkanoos, all the people who prepared and gave us the show of our lives. And many of them have done this voluntarily. Thank you, thank you, thank you. LaDawn?
Vaughn, I'm going to say that this is probably going to be a toss-up. I'm going to go on a limb and say between the Valley Boys and the Saxons, I think Roots will probably be third. That's just my
Roots
prediction.
Definitely in the running.
Yes, definitely. Hope?
The only thing that I can say is that everyone did a phenomenal job. We want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in. And, of course, we want to say thank you to Junkanooers, because the 2026 New Year's Junkanoo Parade is now a wrap. Just waiting for the judges.
Jimenita, back to you.
Well, thanks so much, LaDawn. Any final comments for my crew up here?
Listen, I am one of those Bahamians who watch Junkanoo online or on my TV in the morning. I've not been out here in so many years. I am so happy. Work got me out of my bed to come out here this morning. I had an absolutely amazing time. I'm not experienced this. I've not felt this in such a long time, and I think I'll be back later in the year.
I got a bit of nostalgia for the Roots just now, because I was happy to see that many people stayed around. I mean, a lot of people left, but there was still a sizable crowd there, which shows that there is still some allegiance for the Roots. But I got to tell you, when it's all said and done, I'm thinking some toss-up between Saxons and One Family is how I'm calling it, Kennedy.
I say so.
By the way, Happy New Year's to you both.
Happy New Year,
and congratulations on that name change.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I know thoughts, Kennedy, because Corvette trying to
keep us here.
I think that it is between Saxons and one family this morning. If you closed your eyes, you couldn't tell which group was which. One had a little bit more energy, you know, but I think it's a toss-up between both of the groups. I just want to say a very, very happy New Year to my wonderful daughter, Anai Milan Hannah Moss, and a wonderful New Year to all of my friends, and that's pretty much it.
Well, I want to say a special thank you, of course, to our ZNS family, to the technical crews, the logistics teams, the catering staff, custodial, producers, presenters, engineers, everyone who stayed up for long before dawn to make sure everything came together for what you saw on the Boxing Day 2025 Junkanoo Parade, and on this New Year's Day 2026 Junkanoo Parade. That was made possible for you amazing people, and to you I say thank you. And of course, for every cable run from near and far that had every angle covered on this parade route, every meal served, every moment that was captured, we want to say a special, special thank you. These broadcasts were not the work of a few, but of many persons that came together to present, to move as one team to make it happen. And guess what? You listening? Nobody covers these live events like the national network does. This is what we do. We bring together a dynamic team. We make sure everything is covered. So this is what we do. And nobody covers the Bahamas like ZNS. So, of course, as we wrap up our live coverage of this amazing New Year's Day 2026 Boxing Day Parade, we do so, of course, with pride, with gratitude, and with much respect to all of our team that made it happen. So a special, special thank you again. Happy New Year, Bahamas. Happy New Year, ZNS. All the best in this 2026 New Year. Prosperity, love, blessings. Thank you again for making us who we are, and we were happy to share all of our Junkanoo experiences with you. Have a great one, everyone. Bye.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Bye.
Well, this year we decided to double the amount that we did last year, and the company decided to take on that amount because we saw the need. Each year we do it, we get persons that call after the fact to ask if their company could be a part of it, their organization can be a part of it. So 30,000 was a no-brainer.
It is a joy to have this at the first time, and this is also my first Thanksgiving here at Columbus Primary School. I was recently deployed here, and so when I heard the initiative, I was overwhelmed to know that these students here at Columbus Primary School will have a meal, a healthy meal that is, to put a smile on their faces.
Going to the different locations, you can feel the excitement of the teachers, the kids, the volunteers. One of the things that makes this program work, you have